Chapter 1894. Colluding with the demon race, he's definitely going to get a share. Lu Susu thought to herself as she looked at Lin Ling, who was recovering his strength as he walked. Lin Ling was recovering his strength with the help of the 5-wood heaven-shattering liquid. But he was also looking forward. He knew that there were experts ranked in the top 3 on the Earth ranking in front of him. He was looking forward to it even more. Most importantly, the archer who ambushed him should be in front of him. The Eye of Time quietly appeared. Then Lin Ling saw a cloaked man forming a barrier in the depths of the ruins. There was a black void barrier in front of him. A large number of demon race members were gathered in the distance, but they ignored the cloaked man. It was impossible not to be surprised by how they interacted with each other. A barrier master. Then Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. What's going on? Lu Susu, who was beside him, naturally did not know what Lin Ling had seen. She asked curiously. A human is helping the demon race to open the void barrier. Lin Ling said with a frown. That person was the archer who ambushed him. What? Hearing this, everyone's expression changed drastically. Then they gritted their teeth in anger. Could there be a traitor in the human world? Next to the void barrier is the Emperor Horoscope tomb. Yin Yeming and the others want to get the Emperor Horoscope. We have to speed up. After that, Lin Ling left those words and took the lead to rush into the ruins. The archer who ambushed him wanted to open the void barrier and even wanted to get the Emperor Horoscope. Then Lin Ling would play with him. A look of disdain? Sorry, but the ant is here. Everyone increased their speed. There were so many of them. At this moment, Lin Ling was like the leader of the group leading Xiandi. Gray land began to appear in front of them. At a closer look, the land was made of huge bricks. Modeled ancient pillars were erected, giving off an extremely ancient feeling. However, there were many such ruins in the Sky Cloud Forest. Therefore, if it were not for Emperor Yun's monarch horoscope, no one would have come here. The so-called Emperor's horoscope was not a cultivation base left behind by an expert, but a type of destiny. It was said that when a cultivator defied the heavens and changed their fate, their strength would greatly increase, and they would be able to avoid the 3 tribulations and 6 tribulations. When the final tribulation arrived, this destiny would dissipate, but if one could obtain it before it dissipated, they would be able to obtain a portion of it. If they could use it to increase their cultivation base, it would be more effective than any treasure. More and more stone pillars appeared in the surroundings, and a huge circular altar began to appear in front of him. Above the altar, a huge black hole appeared, and billowing demonic energy filled the air. At the same time, a man in a black cloak floated there, constantly forming barriers. Everyone looked over from afar, and their expressions changed. Sure enough, someone in the mortal realm had colluded with the enemy. They couldn't understand why someone would help the demons. Could it be that they had reached an agreement with the demons? Lin Ling's eyes scanned the surroundings, and he realized that there were a large number of demons around the altar, and they were extremely powerful. If he came here alone, he would not be able to win. Fortunately, there were countless experts in the Purple Alliance, and he could fight them head-on. There are demons all around and there are only 3 humans. Among the 3, one of them is Yin Yeming. I didn't expect him to betray the Purple Alliance and collude with the demons. Why did he do that? Lu Susu also stared into the distance and said, There's no such thing as loyalty. He didn't betray them at the beginning because there was no bargaining chip for him to betray them. Lin Ling said indifferently. He didn't know what kind of agreement the 3 of them had reached with the demons, but the benefits were definitely not small. Of course, what made him puzzled was, were the 3 of them colluding with the demons? Or were the forces behind the 3 of them colluding with the demons? This was a problem that he had to take seriously. If the forces behind the 3 of them colluded with the demons, then Lin Ling would be in danger in the mortal world. Compared to that, he did not want to be stabbed in the back at a critical moment. This matter must be reported to the highest executive hall in the mortal world. Lin Yanchen, who was beside Lu Susu, said angrily. Many CND people nodded in agreement. Who is it? At this moment a cold voice was heard from afar. Although Lin Ling and the rest were far away, there were too many powerful figures at the altar. Hence, they had sensed Lin Ling and the rest. On the altar, the 3 powerful figures looked over and frowned. They had already stopped their alliance from coming here, but there were still people coming. Furthermore, there were so many of them. What were these people doing here? Scram. A cold harumph was heard once again. The three powerful figures didn't act rashly. Instead, they spoke coldly. Among the three of them, two of them were the strongest on the Central Earth leaderboard. As for the number one expert on the Central Earth leaderboard, he came from a supreme clan. However, this person had fallen in the Skycloud Forest. The one who killed him was actually the mysterious archer. In this way, the three of them could be said to be the rulers of the Earth role. However, the three of them couldn't stop Lin Ling and the rest from advancing. Can't you hear what I'm saying? One of the men in purple was displeased. Do you think you are the leader of the alliance? Use your dog eyes to see if we are your allies. Lin Ling led the group forward as he spoke coldly. What? The man in purple's expression changed drastically. At first, they had thought that these people were their allies. However, it seemed like this large group of people had nothing to do with them. What alliance? The man in purple frowned. He was the former flag bearer of the Purple Alliance, Yin Yeming. The Purple Alliance used to be one of the top forces among all the alliances. Part of the reason was that Yin Yeming was in charge. He was the second strongest on the Earth role. The Purple Alliance. This time Lin Ling didn't speak. He just looked at Lu Susu. Lu Susu smiled gratefully at Lin Ling and said proudly, in the past, Yin Yeming had betrayed them and almost killed them. Today they had made a comeback. Didn't everyone in the Purple Alliance die? Xiu Lu Susu, you are still alive. I should have trapped you. How is this possible? Yin Yeming was even more shocked. He stared at Lu Susu and Lin Yanchen as though he couldn't believe his eyes. His shocked expression made Lu Susu happy. Of course, she was even more grateful to Lin Ling. You don't have to thank me. After this is over, just give me a few million merit points. Lin Ling chuckled softly. I realize that you are actually a profiteer. However, I don't have money. If you want my life, I won't give it to you. I can only repay you with my body. Do you dare to take it? Lu Susu pouted coquettishly at Lin Ling. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. She was indeed a greedy profiteer. However, she would repay him with her body. Lin Ling stared at Lu Susu's alluring body and couldn't help but lick his lips. So it's Lu Susu. I couldn't tell that you are indeed a capable woman. However, things changed that day, so I left in a hurry. All of you should leave now. After this is over, I will give you an explanation. I will even sit on your alliance's flag again. Yin Yeming pondered for a moment before speaking softly. His words were filled with rewards and arrogance. However, after he spoke, many people in the Purple Alliance mocked him. Did Yin Yeming still think that he was the Purple Alliance's flag? Chapter 1895. The Emperor's horoscope had appeared. Get out of here. After mocking him, everyone shouted angrily. Yin Yeming's expression changed drastically. In the past, the people of the Purple Alliance had been respectful to him. Now these guys were looking down on him. Don't provoke me. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Yin Yeming's expression turned cold as he threatened. However, the people of the Purple Alliance continued to move forward. This made him grit his teeth. The Purple Alliance was ignoring him. He couldn't help but want to attack them. However, when he thought of the things he was collecting, he restrained himself. I admit that I was wrong in the past. However, I can guarantee that I will make up for my mistakes. I will even make the Purple Alliance the #1 alliance in this chaotic world. And Lin Yanchen, don't you like me a lot? If you leave now, I will agree to your request to pursue me. As for Lu Susu, I can give you anything you want. This is the last choice I'm giving you. If you don't listen to me, no one will be able to stop me. Yin Yeming's voice slowed down as he tried to negotiate. However, there was a strong threat behind his words. I'm sorry, but when you tried to harm us, I no longer had any respect for you. However, after he spoke, Lin Yanchen immediately smiled and said, besides, the person I admire has appeared. He is the new flag of the Purple Alliance. After hearing this, Yin Yeming's expression turned even uglier. It was as though all his glory had been taken away. However, this wasn't just because of one thing. If I'm not wrong, you can't leave the tombstone now because you are collecting the Emperor's horoscopes. Therefore, you used words to ask us to leave and take the emperor's horoscopes for yourself. Unfortunately, a toothless tiger has lost its dignity. No one will listen to you. Lin Ling also spoke. His words made Yin Yeming and the people beside him change their expressions. That person actually knew all their secrets. Lin Ling was right. If they could leave now, they would have done so because they were collecting the emperor's horoscopes. Who are you? Yin Yeming stared coldly at Lin Ling. I'm sorry. I'm the one who stole your glory and took over your mess. They call me the Night Angel. Lin Ling shrugged and said indifferently. So it's you. Yin Yeming's eyes turned even colder. No wonder the Purple Alliance was so daring. It was because of the Angel of the Night. Just as he was about to tell Lin Ling how powerful he was and let Lin Ling back off, Lin Ling had already unsheathed his sword and slashed out in the 130-dimensional space. You said before that we shouldn't provoke you, or the price is not something we can bear. Now let's see what the price is. The sword light was like water, decisive in its killing. You, Yin Yeming and the experts beside him were furious. They never thought that Lin Ling would make the first move. 130-dimensional space. Who is this person? Why are there so many laws? Could it be the second transition Wushang? The most terrifying thing is that not only are there a lot of them, they are also extremely powerful. He's definitely not second stage Wushang because he seems to be only fourth stage realm Wushang. The sword in his hand is definitely not simple. At first, Yin Yeming and the other man were disdainful. However, as the sword light got closer and closer, their expressions changed drastically. The Angel of the Night was so powerful? Retreat. The two of them retreated from the tombstone and shot to both sides like shooting stars. The sword light was too sharp, and they had to avoid it, even if they didn't want to. Rumble. After the two of them left, the tombstone shook as if it was no longer suppressed by the two of them. A terrifying aura shrouded the tombstone and turned into a huge pillar of light that shot into the sky. What's that? The crowd was shocked. The tombstone shot out of the pillar of light? What was going on? In the air, Yin Yeming and the third dragon ancestor of the Xinyuan clan were so angry that their lungs were about to explode. They had almost succeeded but failed at the last step. Even the black-robed man in front of the spatial boundary in the sky frowned. It's simple. They were collecting the Emperor's horoscopes and were about to succeed. However, our appearance disrupted their collection. While everyone was shocked, Lin Ling's calm voice drifted out. No wonder they didn't attack earlier and only asked us to leave. They can't attack us. Despicable, trying to monopolize the Emperor's horoscopes. Are they treating us as cannon fodder? However, it's obvious that they have failed. Great, this is great. If it weren't for the Angel of the Night's sword, they would have succeeded. The people of the Purple Alliance were both furious and excited. They were furious because Yin Yeming and his crew were too greedy, but they were excited because they had failed to take advantage of the situation. You're going to die, you're definitely going to die. Yin Yeming's face reddened as he glared at Lin Ling. I didn't mean it. However, what made him even angrier was that Lin Ling's calm reply seemed to have nothing to do with him. Didn't mean it? Lin Ling had brought the people of the Purple Alliance here and disrupted their plan. On top of that, Lin Ling had even attacked them, causing them to almost succeed in collecting the Emperor's horoscopes. How was that unintentional? I know you're furious, but the most important thing now is to compete for the Emperor's horoscopes. If you're any slower, you might not even be able to obtain one of the 9 Emperor's horoscopes. Lin Ling laughed once again, causing Yin Yeming and his crew's faces to turn pale. The light pillar that soared into the sky began to vibrate and split into 9 different colors, scattering in all directions like a fairy scattering flowers. Attack! Before Yin Yeming and his crew could react, Lin Ling yelled at the same time. At this moment, everyone knew what to do. It was obvious that the Emperor's horoscopes had not been collected successfully, thus they were about to disappear after leaving the tombstone. In the process, whoever managed to obtain the Emperor's horoscopes would obtain a great opportunity. Lu Susu led the people of the Purple Alliance and charged forward. There were 9 Emperor's horoscopes, and it would depend on one's luck to obtain them. Furthermore, since the Emperor's horoscopes had been separated, it was impossible for Yin Yeming and his crew to monopolize them. I'm going to kill you. Seeing the crowd charging toward the emperor's horoscopes, Yin Yeming and the third dragon lost their minds and charged toward Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling only laughed coldly and did not fight them head-on. Instead, he charged toward a golden ray of light, which was obviously an emperor's horoscope. Mystic Turtle's 9 steps. Lin Ling entered the space and caught up with the emperor's horoscope when he reappeared. Then, his dragon claw appeared and grabbed at the emperor's horoscope. The golden emperor's horoscope was like a fist-sized firefly. After being grabbed by Lin Ling, it kept struggling, but it could not escape from Lin Ling's dragon claw and was trapped in his mind palace. Not bad. Thank you for your emperor's horoscopes. Then Lin Ling smiled at Yin Yeming and his crew. This smile made Yin Yeming's hair stand on end, because they had gained nothing at all at the moment. I'll kill you later. Yin Yeming and his crew knew the key to the matter, so they charged toward the other emperor's horoscopes. Don't be too greedy. It's enough to obtain one emperor's horoscope. However, just as Yin Yeming and his crew moved, Lin Ling appeared in front of them with an ancient sword in his hand and a ghastly mask on his face. Chapter 1896. Just an ant. This action was even worse than killing Yin Yeming and the rest. Lin Ling had obtained an emperor horoscope, but he had stopped them from obtaining the other emperor horoscopes. He had even reprimanded them to not be too greedy. Die! Die! The two of them attacked one after the other, hysterical. Descent of the Dragon Ancestor. Die! Mark of the Dark Knight. Die! Their power of law was extremely terrifying. Both of them had reached 150, which was more than Lin Ling's. Obviously, they were Wushang experts who had gone through the first transition. Most importantly, they were Wushang Stage 6 experts. Lin Ling. Die! Lu Susu and the rest were chasing after the emperor horoscope in the sky. When they saw Lin Ling buying time for them, they could not help but feel grateful. However, they were also worried because Lin Ling had defeated 2 top experts in the Earth ranking. Don't worry about me. Get the emperor horoscope as soon as possible. Die! However, Lin Ling said indifferently with his back facing the crowd. Okay. Die! Everyone nodded. At this moment, the back of the black-robed figure was deeply imprinted in their hearts. Die! Die! 2 powerful laws surged over. There was a dragon and a song, and the dragon was the dragon ancestor. It was said that there were 10 dragon ancestors in the Xianyuan clan. They were all experts among experts. The person in front of them was the 3rd dragon ancestor, who was ranked 3rd among the 10 dragon ancestors. This showed how powerful he was. Lin Ling also felt the intense pressure as if he would be torn apart in the next moment. However, the battle blood in his body boiled even more. He could finally try out his peerless sword. Let's see what my strongest sword is like. Die! With the sword in his hand, he pointed at the sky. Flames were spat out and the spatial laws were destroying the world. World-destroying flames. Die! The combination of the 2 god-level talents formed an extremely bright sword. The flames of the underworld exploded with an all-burning power. Moreover, with this sword, Lin Ling activated the spatial laws in the peerless divine sword, increasing his total number of laws to 150, which was an increase of 20 laws. Rumble! This sword seemed to destroy the world. There was no one on the altar who wasn't moved. In their eyes, the enormous sword light carried the power to slice through space, and the domineering aura of burning the heavens as it ruthlessly slashed out. This was also the strongest sword strike many of them had ever seen in their lives. He doesn't have as many laws as we do, but his laws are so powerful. Just what kind of talent is he hiding? Yin Yeming and the others' expressions changed drastically as they dodged the attack. They were certain that none of them were a match for the Night Angel in a one-on-one battle. When did the mortal realm give birth to such a powerful CND? Boom! Boom! Pop! Pop! Wherever the sword passed, the dragon ancestor was severed, destroying all life. Even the expressions of the devil race in the distance changed violently, and they joined the battle successively. In the beginning, they thought that Yin Yeming and Yun Che would be able to deal with everything, but who would have imagined that they'd underestimated the ghost-masked young man? 2 great talents. One is of the 1st grade of the divine rank, and the other is at least of the 2nd grade of the divine rank. Who is this person? In the sky, the archer frowned. The mysterious masked youth's talent wasn't weak, so his laws were very powerful. What a terrifying sword strike. The Night Angel actually hit a trump card. It seems like more and more hidden experts are appearing in the mortal realm, and the Night Angel is one of them. Quick! Take this opportunity to get the Emperor's horoscope. After the members of the Purple Alliance recovered from their shock, they sped up. Gradually, the remaining 8 Emperor's horoscopes were snatched by others. 2 of them were taken by Lu Susu and Lin Yanchen, so no one dared to snatch them from them. The rest depended on their luck. I got it. One of the Crystal 7 talents laughed excitedly. He had obtained the sharp edge luck, which could improve his sword skills again. Thank you, Lin Ling. Then he muttered to himself. Yin Yiming and Yun Che were stunned as they watched the Emperor's horoscopes being snatched away. An indescribable feeling spread in their hearts, and it even exploded. That feeling was naturally anger. Since they'd started practicing martial arts, they had always been domineering existences. However, this was the first time they'd been played by someone else. They had waited so long for the Emperor's horoscope, but they didn't get anything. Instead, they helped others. The Night Angel was too hateful. You only have yourself to blame. Lin Ling held his sword and looked at the 2 of them indifferently. He knew that the 2 of them were very angry at this moment, but he was happy to see them like this. I'm going to kill you. Kill, kill, kill. Yin Yiming and Yun Che's eyes were red, and they were on the verge of going crazy. Especially Yin Yiming. He used to be the flag of the Purple Alliance, but now he was being played like an ant. Lin Ling, let's stop him. Since the Emperor's horoscopes had been snatched away, the members of the Purple Alliance immediately rushed over. They also knew that Lin Ling had fought many battles and needed time to recover. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and nodded immediately. Now that the demon race was coming, he couldn't deal with them all alone. Moreover, his opponent was the man in the sky. Trash scram. Lin Ling stepped forward and flew towards the sky. Do you think you can leave? Yin Yiming roared. How could he let Lin Ling leave? You don't have the right to be my opponent. Lin Ling said without looking at him. His voice was calm, but it was filled with endless arrogance and contempt. Not qualified. To Yin Yiming and Yun Che, this was a great humiliation. After all, they were the top 3 experts on the Central Earth ranking. However, although they were unwilling, reality had proven everything. Because previously, they couldn't even block Lin Ling's sword. So they didn't have the right to speak. Dragons don't coexist with snakes. Your opponent is us. At this moment, the experts of the Purple Alliance flew over. They had more people, so they weren't afraid of Yin Yiming and Yun Che. The rest of the experts were fighting against the demon race. However, their eyes were more or less fixed on the sky, because that was the battle between the strongest experts on the Central Earth ranking. Rumble. In the sky, the void boundary rotated and emitted a terrifying pressure. In front of the void boundary, a man in a black robe with long hair and a mask stood there quietly. He carried a bow and arrow on his back and watched Lin Ling walk forward step by step. This person gave off a cold feeling. Previously, Lin Ling had disrupted their plan, but he didn't get angry. This showed how shrewd he was. Of course, there was also pride hidden in his shrewdness. It was as if he thought that everything an ant did wasn't enough to anger him. Who are you? When Lin Ling appeared in front of him, the man finally spoke. His voice was cold and emotionless. Just an ant, Lin Ling said indifferently. An ant? The man frowned slightly and said again, I've seen you before. Of course you've seen me before. However, with your arrogance, I'm afraid you can't remember an ant like me, Lin Ling said with a smile. This made the man frown even more. In fact, he did have some impression of Lin Ling. However, he had killed many people, so he couldn't remember who Lin Ling was. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. It's you. Chapter 1897. The confrontation with the mysterious man, however. He did not expect this ant to appear in front of him. Was this still an ant? As he thought of this, his eyes that were as calm as an ancient well finally flickered with surprise. This was because he did not expect this ant to be so powerful. Not only did he summon the Purple Alliance, but he was also able to face him alone. All of this was like a dream. It seems like you have remembered. I'm sorry, but I'm here to see your disdainful eyes. Lin Ling's lips curled into a cold smile. Not long ago he had said that he would find this guy. Now he had found him. I can't show you my disdainful eyes anymore. The man spat out coldly. It was obvious that he valued Lin Ling greatly. If he had known that this ant could ruin his plans, he would not have attacked Lin Ling from the start. The price he had to pay was too high. What are you here for? The man asked again. No one has ever been able to sneak an arrow from me and leave safely. Therefore you owe me a sword. Lin Ling said calmly. You think you can succeed? The man sneered. Although he valued Lin Ling, he did not think that Lin Ling could hurt him. However, his smile disappeared instantly after Lin Ling's words. When you shot me at the start, did you think that I would find you? This sentence was undoubtedly an extremely resounding slap to the face. At the start, the man had treated Lin Ling as an ant. However, didn't Lin Ling come to find him? Therefore, his previous words were actually a slap to his own face. The great tribulation of the human world and the mandate of heaven changed. Many dark horses were born. It seems like you are one of them because I have never heard of your name. However, I can tell you that you are still too young to return my sword. The history of the divine constabulary is not something that you can understand. The man shook his head. As he spoke, he waved his left hand and the bow on his back appeared in his hand. Then he pulled the bowstring with his left hand and released a powerful arrow. What was infuriating was that he wasn't shooting at Lin Ling, but at the Purple Alliance below him. With one arrow, a cultivator from the Xiandi Alliance had fallen. To him, killing Xiandi from the Purple Alliance seemed like the most normal thing to do. Cold and gloomy. Extremely gloomy and cold. This person was like a hunter hiding in the forest. There was only ruthlessness in their eyes. Whoosh! Another arrow was fired, and another Xiandi expert died below. The expressions of many people in the Purple Alliance changed drastically. What a terrifying arrow. Not only was it fast, but it also contained powerful precepts. It was simply impossible to defend against. Don't be afraid of him. The flag of the Purple Alliance will stop him. However, Lu Susu suddenly gritted her teeth and spat out a sentence. Apparently, the man wanted the Purple League to be afraid of him and retreat. Therefore, he kept killing people. Lu Susu would never let him do as he wished. The man in the sky seemed to have heard Lu Susu's words. His face was expressionless as he aimed his arrow at Lu Susu. His nomological laws erupted as the arrow struck the ground. As an ant, you should have the awareness of an ant. At the same time, his calm voice floated out. He was like the emperor behind the scenes looking down at the world. Whoever he wanted to die, they would die. Moreover, he was trying to intimidate Lin Ling and threaten Lin Ling. Lin Ling's eyes were extremely cold. There was anger in his heart. One should know that he had seen all kinds of people since he started learning martial arts. However, this was the first time he had seen someone as ruthless and cold as the archer. It felt as if the entire human world was controlled by the other party. Whoever he wanted to die, they would die. However, threatening Lin Ling? Unfortunately, the other party had found the wrong person. Because the more oppressed Lin Ling was, the more fiercely he resisted. I'm sorry. As an ant, I don't know what awareness I should have. Stop it. Stop it. Lin Ling shouted in a low voice. His voice was calm, but there was an unquestionable majesty in it. Woo-woo. Some ghosts floated out, and more of them turned into ghost experts. Then they pounced forward without fear of death and blocked the arrow midway. Rumble. However, the arrow was extremely powerful. After piercing through a few ghosts, it still shot towards Lu Susu. Clang. At this moment, a huge white skeleton appeared with a white bone shield in its hand. In the end, it blocked the arrow, but the arrow also caused cracks to appear on the white bone shield. The man's eyes flickered. He had not expected the Night Angel to be so powerful and able to control ghosts. He was expressionless as he aimed the arrow at the next person. It was Lin Yanchen. Attack! Attack! Lin Ling floated in the sky and spat out a sentence coldly. More ghosts flew out from his purple mansion, making him look like the great emperor of the Netherworld. The power of the Netherworld flame was also released. These ghosts all had 70% of their original strength, and were extremely powerful. For example, if Wu Sheng, who was an 8th-stage realm expert, retained 70% of his strength, he would be around the 6th-stage realm of Wu Sheng. How could he be underestimated? In the sky, a large number of ghosts blocked the second arrow. So powerful. Both of them are the most mysterious experts on the Earth roll. They are also experts who don't exist on the Earth roll. The crowd gasped. They knew that the Night Angel and the Archer were fighting. The origins of these two people were the most mysterious. One was an angel of darkness, the flag of the Purple Alliance, and the other was a mysterious archer. Even the second and third place on the Central Earth ranking had to listen to them. Their strength was obvious to all. And now, the two of them were competing to see who would be the first on the Central Earth ranking. One killed. The other saved. Who was stronger? Swoosh. Swoosh. Countless arrows were shot out and slaughtered the ground. The ghosts were howling and blocking the arrows continuously. Night Angel, go for it. Gradually, many people began to shout. On the side of the Devil Clan, many Devil Clan members began to support the archers. This battle between kings was undoubtedly extremely intense. However, the archer had obviously failed. His arrows appeared and disappeared unpredictably. Moreover, the law was strong. However, Lin Ling's Netherworld army was unpredictable and blocked those ruthless arrows. Finally, the archer looked coldly at Lin Ling with an ugly expression. "I'm just an ant," Lin Ling said sarcastically. However, the archer was too embarrassed to say the word ant again. "You're cruel and ruthless. Moreover, you're very calm. No matter what you encounter, you can remain calm and won't get angry. You have all the qualities of a divine archer. However, I'm looking forward to seeing the angry look on your face," Lin Ling said again. "The divine constabulary's divine archer will never have such emotions." The man replied indifferently. "Is that so? Previously, you were the one who attacked. Now it's my turn." Lin Ling's pupils on the ghost mask emitted a sharp light, causing the man's expression to change slightly. In fact, he couldn't see through the Night Angel because the other party's strength was beyond his imagination. He was even more terrifying than the Desolation's opponent in his heart. Now that the other party was about to attack, how could he attack? At this moment, the ground was silent. The battles seemed to have stopped. Countless eyes stared at the sky, watching the two kings' attacks. They also wanted to know what the Night Angel's attack would be. "You can't hurt me." Chapter 1898. Heavenly Flying Immortal. Your goal is to open the void barrier, right? Then I'll stop it. Lin Ling also spat out a sentence, but this sentence caused the man's expression to change drastically. The Night Angel had made a move, and it was an extremely ruthless move. His goal today was to open the void barrier. For that, he had to succeed even if he didn't want the Emperor's horoscope. However, Lin Ling knew what he was thinking and wanted to disrupt his plan. If he failed, then his trip to the Skycloud Forest would be in vain. But soon, a smile appeared on his mask. The void barrier isn't something you can stop just because you want to, especially in front of a white-robed world spiritist. Break the 5-direction barrier. Heaven's destruction soaring heaven barrier. Fire ring rising dragon barrier. However, just as the man finished speaking, he saw Lin Ling's hands forming complicated barriers. There were offensive barriers, support barriers, and even trapping barriers. Under each barrier, the void barrier in the sky would shrink, and the speed of rotation would also slow down. "You're also a white-robed world spiritist?" At that moment, the man who had been calm all this time finally roared. The ranks of world spiritists were divided by color. White-robed was the lowest rank, but it was the rarest existence in the entire mortal realm. And now, the Dark Angel opposite him was also a white-robed world spiritist. He could even see that the Dark Angel's level was above his. So how could he not be shocked? Even if the sky fell, even if a blade was hanging on his neck, as a godly archer, he could calmly face it. But now he couldn't calm down. Was the Dark Angel omnipotent? The Dark Angel is so powerful. The crowd below was also in an uproar. Lin Ling's attack was crazy. It could be said to be a storm of counterattacks that dealt fatal damage to the man. "I don't know what a white-robed world spiritist is, but your barrier is too weak for me. It's only a 1-star barrier." Lin Ling coldly spat out a sentence, causing the man's expression to change drastically. He quickly formed barriers, wanting to open the void barrier again. However, he was shocked to find that compared to barriers, he was no match for Lin Ling. In the end, he gave up and could only stare fixedly at Lin Ling. Was this still an ant? Right now he felt even more like an ant. You can't escape from my sword. Die. A bow and arrow appeared in the man's hand. With a fierce pull, a black ball of light bloomed from the bow and arrow, and it grew bigger and bigger. Clearly, he had decided to release a fatal arrow. This also meant that Lin Ling had blocked his move, but he clearly hadn't been able to block Lin Ling's move. He could only allow the final battle to reach the pinnacle. At this moment, Lin Ling acted as if he didn't see the fatal arrow. His hands madly formed barriers, causing Lu Susu and the others to anxiously shout. Whoosh! Finally, a terrifying arrow was shot out, and it actually reached the power of 200 laws. Moreover, its talent was also at the divine level. 200 energy laws, even if it was in Wushang's 6th stage realm, not many people would be able to withstand it. Boom! This arrow was like a blooming heavenly flower. Darkness descended and it actually turned into 10,000 arrows, shooting towards Lin Ling from all angles. It was as if even if Lin Ling was a speck of dust, he would still be shot to death by the arrows. This was also the characteristic of an archer, to kill with one shot and never miss. Dark Knight Angel. Seeing this, the people from the Purple Alliance shouted even louder. As for Yan Yeming and Lu Susu, their faces were pale. They had seen that arrow before. It was called the Deity Overlord Heaven Exterminating Arrow. Previously, the #1 expert in the Earth chart had died under that arrow. Moreover, although the pressure from heaven and earth wasn't strong when the arrow was shot out, this was the characteristic of a divine archer. Because the assassination arrow required the power of law to be restrained on the surface, it naturally didn't look strong. He's dead meat. After that, Yan Yeming and the others said coldly. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling quickly sealed the void boundary and shouted angrily, "Return!" Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The Yellow Spring army flew over majestically and actually turned into a wall of ghosts, blocking the terrifying arrows from all directions. Boom boom boom. Many ghosts exploded, forming a turbulent air wave. A resplendent scene appeared in the sky, as if the Yellow Spring Emperor was forcefully resisting the most terrifying arrow of darkness. At this moment, among the countless ghosts, Lin Ling's face was solemn. He also knew that the arrow was powerful, so he had to use all his trump cards to compete for the #1 spot on the Earth chart. Freeze time. Lin Ling didn't turn his soul power into a soul knife. Instead, he froze time with all his soul power because he knew that a divine archer also had extremely powerful soul power. Therefore, soul power attacks didn't have much effect on him. At the same time, time froze, the wind stopped blowing, and the clouds stopped floating. With Lin Ling's current soul power, freezing time was undoubtedly extremely terrifying. Follow me to kill the enemy. Lin Ling let out a thunderous roar, as if he was summoning all the emperors in the world to fight for him. Boom boom boom. Countless Yellow Spring army followed Lin Ling and rushed towards the divine archer. At this moment, the divine archer's face changed drastically. His soul power was indeed not weak. Therefore, even if time was frozen, he could still see everything that was happening. He saw countless ghosts flying over, he saw ghost masks, he saw black robes. He also saw the most dazzling arrow. This sword caused space to explode, burning the heavens. With flames to destroy the world, it was like a flying immortal. Not good. He roared in his heart. Naturally, he could block that sword, but he found that he couldn't move at all. The only thing he could move was his thoughts. One must know that a divine archer was an extremely powerful existence. Every arrow was fatal and could kill in one shot. It represented darkness, fatality, and time. Darkness meant that the divine archer was hiding in the dark. Fatality meant that the divine archer had destructive power. Time meant that for any arrow, time was the most important. But now, the divine archer's advantage didn't exist. Because time was frozen, the fast arrows became slow arrows. Moreover, he couldn't move. He floated out of the darkness and became a live target. Most importantly, the divine archer wasn't a warrior, so his defense wasn't strong. He couldn't help but start to daydream. Not long ago in the grasslands, he saw a 3rd stage realm junior Wushang killing the Devil Clan. At that time, he thought that the junior's ability wasn't bad, so he shot out an arrow. But in the end, The junior was lucky enough to avoid the arrow. As a senior, he couldn't be bothered to kill him. It could be considered as a reward for the junior to let him live. But now, that junior had killed his way to his doorstep. When kings clashed, each move was ruthless. Even the most dazzling sword made him feel that he was the ant. Swoosh! The sword pierced over like a flying immortal. The divine archer's neck was pierced through and space was sliced apart. Flames were burning him. At the same time, time freeze ended. Numerous gazes stared at the sky and instantly, there was a deathly silence. Blood dripped from the sky. The crowd saw that there was a sword mark on the divine archer's neck. Fresh blood flowed down his neck and it was a ghastly sight. Chapter 1899. Demon Race Great Elder, did he win? The Night Angel is indeed powerful. Does he have no limit? On the side of the Purple Alliance, the people were trembling in fear. As for Yen Yeming and the other one, they were like ducks that had been grabbed by the neck. At this moment they couldn't say anything. Previously, the Dark Angel had disdained to fight with them. Now they realized that the Dark Angel was indeed qualified. What a sharp sword! At this moment in the sky, the archer seemed to have been hit by the sword, but he still spat out a voice. However, his voice was filled with shock and disbelief. You gave me an arrow and I returned you a sword. It's just reciprocity. Lin Ling held the ancient sword and said indifferently. He was a little surprised because the archer had a powerful barrier immortal weapon. It actually allowed him to block the fatal sword. Therefore, he was only seriously injured and didn't die. It's indeed reciprocity. Indeed, courtesy demands reciprocation. You finally returned my sword. Originally, I thought that in the human realm, only the Son of Desolation was powerful, but clearly I underestimated the human realm. Your potential is not below the Son of Desolation. I look forward to meeting you again. I am the son of Divine Marquis Mansion. Cripple! The archer's body exploded, turning into darkness and disappearing. At the same time, a black feather was left in the sky, slowly floating down. This feather was the barrier immortal weapon, but now it was dim. It was obvious that its effect had been exhausted. Lin Ling frowned, but he didn't stop him because he could see that the archer had already left the moment he was hit. The son of the Divine Marquis Mansion. No wonder he's so strong. The Divine Marquis Mansion used to be an extremely powerful existence in the mortal world. They cultivated the 32 imperial arts and had the talent of a Divine Marquis to devour the heavens. Unfortunately, they were too unsightly and were driven away by Li Xiaoyao. Lin Ling's eyes kept flashing. He understood that there was always someone stronger. There were 4 great eras in the human world, so there were countless experts. The archer from before was actually very strong, but Lin Ling's methods were slightly stronger than his. If it wasn't for the Yellow Spring Army, Lin Ling wouldn't have been able to block the archer's arrow. The experts on the Earth list are already so powerful. What if they are on the Earth list? Lin Ling's heart was filled with a strong fighting spirit. He was looking forward to fighting against the experts on the Earth rankings. At this moment, the Earth was silent. The human race and the demon race were all staring at the black-robed figure in the sky. It was as if they were witnessing the birth of a king. After all, the first place on the Central Earth ranking was not something that anyone could achieve. Once one became the first on the Central Earth ranking, the next step would be to enter the Earth ranking. As for the Earth Proclamation, that was the stage of the human realm's giants, as well as the stage of Huang's son. For a moment, everyone was even more curious about who the Dark Angel was. Of course, if they knew that the Dark Angel was Mad God Lin Ling, they would be shocked to the core. This was because not long ago, Mad God Lin Ling had only just entered the Earth rankings. You spoiled my plans. Die. At this time, a sudden change occurred. The slowly closing void enchantment, a giant hand suddenly grabbed out, forming a terrifying devil chi power that swept towards Lin Ling. This unforeseen event happened so quickly that even Lin Ling did not notice it. Grand Monarch of the Devil Race. Seeing this, everyone's expression changed drastically. They could only watch as Lin Ling disappeared into the void enchantment. Profiteer. Lu Susu was stunned. Then she strode towards the sky with her slender legs. Unfortunately, the void enchantment emitted a powerful pressure that blew her away. Everyone was stunned. Was the Dark Angel dead? For a moment, No one could accept what was happening in front of them. At this moment, within the void enchantment, Lin Ling's expression changed drastically. He could not control his body and rushed madly through the void passage, engulfed by the terrifying devil Qi. The demon race's great sovereign. Lin Ling sensed that the person who attacked him was very strong. Moreover, it was obvious that he wanted to kill Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling absolutely could not be brought into the demon realm. Otherwise, he would die without a doubt. Lin Ling's expression immediately turned gloomy. He spread out the remnants of his soul power. Although his soul power had dimmed, the void passage was not big. Soon, he saw the ancient runes on both sides of the passage. Mountain Shifting Eagle, destroy the cloud rune mark for me. White Bones, attack the eye mark with all your strength. With life and death approaching, Lin Ling kept shouting. He controlled the remaining Yellow Spring army to attack the enchantment in the void passage. At the same time, Lin Ling's expression became more serious. He kept shouting in his heart. Hurry up. I have to hurry up. If Lin Ling was brought into the demon realm, he would be greeted by a large number of devils. Therefore, he had to destroy the void passage before he reached the demon realm. In the depths of the void passage, the powerful devil race Grand Sovereign also sensed Lin Ling's resistance. It immediately erupted with an even more terrifying suction force, and quickly pulled Lin Ling into the demon realm. Boom! At that moment, the void passageway began to collapse, like a city wall collapsing. The sweeping force tore apart the suction force, and almost at the same time, Lin Ling also regained his freedom. He did not say much but moved his feet and rushed back. Rumble! Behind him, the void passage continued to collapse, allowing Lin Ling to escape this great calamity. You froze time before. You are Li Xiaoyao. In the chaotic atmosphere behind him, a pair of mysterious eyes appeared and stared indifferently at Lin Ling. Lin Ling also stopped. He knew that the other party could not catch up. He said indifferently, "Why are you so sure?" "Because you froze time, and this is not a small area freezing. This is one of Li Xiaoyao's methods. Among the 4 great eras, only Li Xiaoyao can do it." A deep thunderous voice drifted over. The Devil Race Grand Sovereign obviously knew Li Xiaoyao and even fought with him before. Perhaps this was the reason why he wanted to bring Lin Ling into the demon realm. It was just that he failed. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. This time he was silent. He could see that the Devil Race Grand Sovereign was only suspecting and was not sure. "Who are you?" The voice was extremely cold and carried a strong murderous intent as it asked again. Li Xiaoyao was so terrifying that he could be called the #1 emperor of the 4 great eras. Whether this young man was Li Xiaoyao or not, he had to be killed while he was still weak. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble. "This one is Luo Fan." Lin Ling pondered for a moment and suddenly smiled. He was wearing a ghost mask, and the Devil Race Grand Sovereign was obviously too far away to see his real body. Therefore, Lin Ling naturally spread the blame. What's more, who in the mortal world didn't know that Luo Fan was the reincarnation of Li Xiaoya? "Luo Fan, good, I will find you." The huge eyes looked deeply at Lin Ling, as if trying to remember Lin Ling's appearance. Finally, the eyes slowly closed. Lin Ling breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. If he hadn't asked the Yellow Springs army to break the barrier around him at the critical moment, he would have been in danger. Now that he had escaped this calamity, Lin Ling could foresee what would happen next. The Devil Race would definitely try their best to assassinate Luo Fan. Chapter 1900. Qin Hulan Ling left through the tunnel. Meanwhile, the members of the Purple Alliance were still staring at the sky. They had killed all the demons around them. However, at that moment, Lin Ling's figure appeared in the sky. The members of the Purple Alliance were shocked and they burst into laughter. The Night Angel wasn't dead. Good. The 7 crystal talents, Eternal Fairy, and the Buddha were all excited. "You're not dead." As for Lu Susu, she excitedly leaped into the sky and hugged Lin Ling in front of countless people. Many people were stunned. Although Lu Susu was smooth and slick and was known as a social butterfly in reality, this was the first time they saw Lu Susu hugging someone of her own accord. Haha. Sister Susu has always played with men in the palm of her hand. She once said that men are just tools. This is the first time she has fallen in love. Lin Yanchen chuckled, but she was puzzled. Lu Susu wasn't an ignorant girl. Had she fallen in love with the Night Angel just because he had helped them? That was obviously impossible. There was only one explanation. Perhaps Lu Susu had known the Night Angel for a long time, and they had a close relationship. Lin Ling had just escaped when he saw someone pouncing on him and hugging him. He couldn't help but be startled. However, the woman hugging him had tears in her eyes, which made him feel touched. "All right, female profiteer. Don't wipe your snot on my clothes," Lin Ling said helplessly. Lu Susu finally calmed down and blushed. She looked even more enchanting as she said coquettishly, "You took advantage of me. I'll write off the fact that you helped the Purple Alliance in the past." Fuck. Lin Ling's eyes widened. Who took advantage of who? She was the one who pounced on him. She was indeed a profiteer. Haha. Lu Susu chuckled when she saw Lin Ling's startled expression. Lin Ling glanced around helplessly. Seeing that the situation was settled, he chose to leave. "Everyone, let's go." Under Lin Ling's lead, everyone left the Sky Cloud Forest one after another. However, everyone was extremely happy because they had gained a lot from this trip. This was especially so for Lu Susu, Lin Yanchen, and the Crystal 7 talents. After obtaining the Emperor horoscopes, they could choose to improve their strength or their talents. Of course, more people would choose to improve their talents because it was harder to improve one's talents than one's realm. They had to possess the corresponding treasures. Obviously, if they chose to improve their natural talent, then they would definitely be able to attain the second grade of the divine rank. It was even harder to raise one's divine rank talent. From a certain perspective, having a second grade divine rank talent meant that their one strand of power of law was equivalent to 3 or even 5 strands of power of law for an ordinary CND. Even Lin Ling was certain that after this trip to the Sky Cloud Forest, the mortal world would give birth to even more geniuses. If he, Lin Ling, didn't come to the Sky Cloud Forest, these geniuses would definitely surpass him. Luckily, Lin Ling had also acquired a monarch horoscope and a great amount of contribution points. "Night Angel, thank you for today. I hope to be under your command again next time." After leaving the Sky Cloud Forest, the CND from the Purple Alliance looked at Lin Ling and said, "The Night Angel was the flag of the Purple Alliance, so they didn't intend to leave. Don't worry. This fellow will fulfill all your requests. He will never leave the Purple Alliance." Lu Susu smiled brightly, gathering everyone's hearts. She also knew that the biggest reason why these people had joined the Purple Alliance was because of Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled bitterly when he heard this. Did Lu Susu treat him as a free bodyguard? He took a step forward and wrapped his arm around Lu Susu's waist. He looked at everyone and said, "With Lu Susu around, of course I won't leave." Many people laughed when they saw this. However, in their eyes, Lu Susu was a peerless beauty, and the Night Angel was cold and mysterious. They were a perfect match. Lu Susu frowned when she sensed Lin Ling's shameless actions. This fellow was taking advantage of her. However, she couldn't do anything now. After all, who asked her to boast before? It had to be said that Lu Susu's waist was very nice to touch, which made Lin Ling forget to leave. Of course, he didn't take advantage of her on purpose. He was telling Lu Susu that if she wanted him to be a free bodyguard, she would have to pay something such as contribution points. After a short conversation, Lin Ling also took his leave. The people of the Purple Alliance also left one after another. Lin Ling went to the earthly paradise. He had obtained a great amount of contribution points, so he could exchange them for treasures. When he came to the earthly paradise again, Lin Ling had already taken off his ghost mask. A sense of nostalgia rose in his heart. He glanced around and saw that there were many people on the vast sky island. He guessed that the strong people of the mortal realm had dispersed to stop the demon clan. Moreover, among those scattered strong people, Lin Ling didn't know many of them. However, the mortal realm was facing a great calamity, and people could enter the earthly paradise at will. In addition, there were many rising strong people, so naturally there were many unfamiliar faces. That's Qin Hu. In the past, the prison of the mortal realm was broken by the demon clan. Qin Hu used that opportunity to escape. Now that the mortal realm is facing a great calamity, he was summoned by the mortal realm and joined us. His strength is very terrifying. It is said that he is a second-stage Wusheng expert and has reached the 8th stage of Wusheng. In the Devil Prison Mountain Range, He helped Prince Xiaoyao and killed many demon clan. It seems that he is going to become one of the 10 CND heroes. It's hard to say. All the strong cultivators have tasks to do, but it's not time for rewards. Whether he can become one of the 10 CND heroes or not, we still need to confirm it. Lin Ling looked at a man in the distance under a gigantic tree. That man was wearing red armor. He was tall and sturdy. He was holding a sword that was even taller than him. He was standing there calmly, as if he was a celestial general. Second stage Wusheng. 8th stage of Wusheng. Lin Ling was surprised. That person's cosmic energy wasn't weak, but he could tell that he wasn't one of the 3 legendary CND cultivators. He was a hidden strong cultivator from the mortal world. It seemed like hidden strong cultivators couldn't be underestimated. Qin Hu, I'm Xianan from Champion University. Can we get to know each other? At this moment a voice rang out. A handsome young man spoke to Qin Hu. Clearly, this young man wanted to gain Qin Hu's friendship. After all, Qin Hu wasn't one of the 3 great mythological characters. If he could recruit Qin Hu, there would be no harm in doing so. Even if he couldn't recruit Qin Hu, it wouldn't be bad to become friends with Qin Hu. Xianan Wusheng is a cultivator of the 6th stage of Wusheng. He's extremely strong, but he hasn't broken through to the 1st stage, said many people, staring at the handsome young man. To Tiandi of Champion University, that young man was like a teacher to him. Not interested. However, Qin Hu still closed his eyes and said indifferently, that man didn't want to lose face. He smiled and said, could it be that I'm not strong enough to be friends with you? Indeed. Chapter 1901. Abuse. You're saying that I'm only powerful now, but I'll be trash in the future? Xianan's expression turned even uglier. Qin Hu didn't explain too much, but he agreed with Qin Hu's words. This made Xianan feel even more embarrassed. This was because there were many heavenly emperor-level martial artists in the surroundings. They all looked up to Xianan and treated him as their master. But now their master was being looked down upon by others. They didn't even bother to speak any nonsense. This was extremely humiliating. Currently, there are many strong cultivators in the human realm, but they're all out on missions, so I don't have the right to be called one of the CND 10 heroes. The only one who can make me pay attention is that young man. Qin Hu's voice was low, but it was powerful. He looked at the black-robed young man in the distance. Instantly, countless pairs of eyes looked at the black-robed young man. Because Qin Hu rarely paid attention to Xianan and praised the young man instead, everyone was curious. Who could be so important to Qin Hu? At this moment, Lin Ling couldn't be bothered with the matters in the square. But when Qin Hu spoke, he immediately noticed countless pairs of eyes looking at him. Qin Hu was more powerful than he had imagined. Lin Ling had concealed his aura, planning to exchange for treasures and leave immediately. But Qin Hu still sensed his strength. Wusheng, 8th degree realm, 2nd transition Wusheng, and 2nd grade divine rank talent. Lin Ling looked at Qin Hu indifferently and muttered to himself. He was indeed very strong. Haha, I was just lucky. His voice was very soft, but Qin Hu seemed to have heard it. He laughed. This was the first time he laughed. He seemed to have been a prisoner for too long, so he didn't like to interact with others. If one wanted to make him smile, they would have to see the other party's strength. Moreover, he didn't give face to powerful seniors. Instead, he would show the same courtesy to the younger generation. Without a doubt, Lin Ling was one of the younger generation. Boom! Everyone's hearts exploded. Qin Hu, an ambitious person who had cultivated for 5,000 years. He had once dominated the border of mystic origin, and no one dared to offend him. In the end, he made a huge mistake and attracted the attention of the human realm's highest deacon palace. He was imprisoned in the human realm until the demon race invaded, and this ambitious person was freed. Moreover, he was recruited into the human realm's highest deacon palace. Such a powerhouse with an ancient history actually smiled at a junior. This caused many people to stare at Lin Ling, especially the celestial emperors of the 7 emperors' heaven. They were the first to recognize Lin Ling, and immediately, a strong sense of pride rose in their hearts. Mad God Lin Ling, it was actually Mad God Lin Ling. He was also one of the mortal realm's geniuses. To think that he was valued by Senior Qin Hu. This was a tremendous honor. This was because with Qin Hu's strength, even the symbol ancestor and other experts would have to step aside when placed in the Seven Emperors' heaven. Who are you? Tell me your name, said Xianan coldly. He was an elder of Champion University, but a young man had stolen his position. He was furious. Moreover, he had also seen that the junior was merely Wu Shang at 4th stage realm. Lin Ling glanced at him indifferently, but didn't say anything. He continued walking forwards. Although Xianan's realm was higher, he was obviously much weaker than a master archer. Xianan was probably someone who took advantage of his seniority. Lin Ling naturally had no interest in such a person. Stop! Did I say you could leave? But Lin Ling's silence made Xianan even angrier because Lin Ling was ignoring him. He didn't even greet him. Lin Ling finally stopped. He looked at Xianan indifferently and said, "Do I have to stop just because you want me to? May I ask, are you my friend or do I know you?" Xianan's eyes narrowed when he heard this, and he laughed coldly. "You aren't qualified to be my friend, and I don't know you as well. However, you ought to know me. I've guided countless juniors, and you ought to know my name from them." "You're very confident." Lin Feng smiled. "You were just rejected and you act as if you lost respect. You don't understand why you're qualified to teach people. Besides, you introduced yourself in such a high-profile way. Even though I'm not interested in knowing you, you're unlucky because people are talking about you. You're Xiandi from Champion University. You're also Xiandi's teacher. Your name is Xianan." Xianan frowned. The young man in front of him knew who he was and still dared act so arrogantly. "Since you know who I am, you should also know what I'm capable of. Slap yourself, kneel down and kowtow to me, and I'll pretend nothing happened. Otherwise, even if your teacher Xiandi comes, I'll teach you a lesson in front of him," Xianan said coldly. At the same time, a powerful martial saint aura and talent pressed down on Lin Ling. It was overbearing, majestic, and cold. Xianan's eyes flickered with a cold light. Lin Ling's cultivation level was not high. He only needed to release his aura, and it would be enough to suppress him to the ground. Besides, Xianan could also show Qin Hu how strong Xianan was. He was strong enough to stand on the same level as him. However, Lin Ling remained indifferent in front of Xianan's qi. He just stood there calmly. He realized that Xianan's cosmic energy was only 100. He couldn't do anything to him. Wu Shang could defeat Xianan when he was only at the 5th level. For example, the 2nd and 3rd cultivators on the ranking list. "You want me to kneel down and kowtow to you?" Sigh. Shaking his head, Lin Ling took a step forward and slowly walked towards Xianan. This scene undoubtedly caused Xianan to frown. The aura he emitted became more and more tyrannical. "Your cosmic energy is only 100. You're so weak, don't embarrass yourself." Sigh. Lin Ling said as he walked. Everyone's eyes trembled. What an arrogant fellow. He actually asked Xianan not to embarrass himself. The 7 Emperors' Heaven's experts were extremely excited. Lin Ling represented the 7 Emperors' Heaven, but he was able to go against a senior. His strength was very strong. Nonsense. Sigh. Xianan's face turned colder. At the same time, an even more overbearing qi soared into the sky. The clouds in the sky were split apart and the majestic power of cosmic energy lingered around. "Mentor Xiandi, don't embarrass yourself." Sigh. However, Lin Ling's footsteps were steady and powerful. It was as if an ancient god had descended. It was as if he was going to conquer the world. It was overbearing and magnificent. Space seemed to be crushed by his footsteps. Large amounts of space shards bloomed like thunder, causing the sky to change color. The pressure was extremely strong. Everyone's heart trembled. This aura was like the sun of heaven. It was as if the heavens were majestic. How terrifying. Mad God Lin Ling was a genius on the same level as the 7 crystal heroes? At the same time, Xianan's face changed. It was as if he could see the son of heaven walking towards him step by step. At this moment, his cosmic energy was extinguished. Who is he? Why is he so strong? Xianan was shocked. He was sure that this was the first time he had seen Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling's cultivation realm was not high. Moreover, he looked much younger than him. Why was his strength able to make him feel so pressured? He could even easily defeat him. Could it be that this youth was a genius of the mortal world? Yes, only a genius of the mortal world had the strength to fight above their realm. However, there were many geniuses in the mortal world. Who was this youth? Chapter 1902. 6 Paths of Reincarnation Skill. Boom boom boom. Xianan Xiandi's teacher was blown away. How ironic. He had taught many strong cultivators including Tiandi and Xiandi, but now he had been blown away by a young cultivator. This scene caused many people's expressions to change drastically. Elder Xianan was unable to retaliate in the face of wild god Linling's palm. This point was beyond many people's imagination because they had guessed that the geniuses of the Crystal 7 Talents would not be able to achieve this. In the distance, Qin Hu's eyes were twinkling, but he didn't think it was a big deal. Among all the strong cultivators there, only Linling wasn't someone he could underestimate. All right, shouted the members of the 7 Emperors' world. Xianan had scolded them a lot. Xianan was Xiandi, a teacher of Champion University, but he had also scolded the members of the 7 Emperors' world. Boom! Xianan crashed to the ground. His face was as black as blood. He stared at Linling and said, "Who are you? How ridiculous. You're spreading your name everywhere, but you don't know who your opponent is. Do you think you're strong enough to dominate the Xiandi world? No wonder the masters said you weren't strong enough to compete with him." You're right. Linling continued walking forwards. He arrived in front of Xianan and looked at him indifferently. Master Xianan, that's crazy god Linling, one of the geniuses of the human world, shouted someone finally. Xianan's eyes twitched. Crazy god Linling. Surprisingly, it was crazy god Linling. How had he become so strong? It was said that before crazy god Linling had gone into seclusion, he was on the same level as the 7 crystal warriors. Besides, even if crazy god Linling had surpassed the 7 crystal warriors, he was only as strong as Wu Shang. How could he defeat Xianan so easily? Good. I underestimated you. Let's meet again in the future. Xianan stood up and glared furiously at Linling before turning around and leaving. He never thought that he would kick an iron plate today and lose all his face. Stop! However, Linling coldly shouted. Previously, he had disdained to pay attention to Xianan, but Xianan had insisted on keeping him here. Now that he knew he was weaker than him, he wanted to leave with just a few words. If that was the case, everyone would want to experience Linling's strength and leave after knowing that they were no match for him. Then what time would he, Linling, have to cultivate? What else do you want? Let me tell you, in the 7 Emperors' heavens, I am comparable to the Supreme Xiandi, the symbol ancestor. Xianan said coldly. Could it be that Linling still dared to touch him? According to your request, slap yourself 3 times, kowtow 3 times, and then you can leave. Linling said indifferently. However, the aura on his body became even colder, causing the surrounding space to shatter like glass. 3 kowtows 9 times? Xianan doubted his ears. Linling actually dared to make such a request of him? Looks like I have to do it myself. Linling muttered to himself and shook his head. He used the Mystic Turtle's 9 steps and arrived in front of Xianan, who was about to leave. Then he slapped out. You're courting death. Xianan had a reputation of virtue and prestige in the mortal world. Moreover, he had a graceful demeanor. How could he allow Linling to humiliate him again? Therefore, he also attacked. However, how could he stop Linling when he attacked anxiously? Linling's physical strength was so strong that it could sweep away the power of laws. Slap. Xianan's punch was directly slapped away by Linling. Moreover, his bones were shattered. Linling's slap even smashed Xianan into the ground. Then Linling grabbed Xianan and slapped him loudly. Everyone looked at Xianan in shock. At this moment, his handsome face was swollen as if a balloon had been blown on it. Was this still their mentor? Was this still the respected senior Xianan? As for Xianan, he was completely stunned. In the past, he was the most respected existence. But now he was being slapped in the face in front of everyone? The mortal world's great calamity. Everyone is improving their strength. Only you are proving how outstanding you are. What a senseless act. Lin Ling grabbed Xianan and slammed him on the ground 3 times. That was 3 kowtows and 9 kowtows. Then, Lin Ling grabbed Xianan's collar and used his ancient god power to throw Xianan several hundred meters away like a sandbag. When the sound of Xianan hitting the ground came from afar, the crowd's hearts trembled. As expected of the mad god Lin Ling, he dared to be arrogant even in the heavenly realm. Lin Ling didn't care about what the crowd was thinking. He strode forward again as if he didn't want to waste any more time here. As for Qin Hu, he looked deeply at Lin Ling. He guessed that Lin Ling could probably fight against Wu Shang, who was at the 7th stage. As long as his strength increased by a little, he would be able to threaten Huang's son. The facts have proven that Senior Qin Hu's judgment was right. Among all the people here, only mad god Lin Ling could enter his eyes. As for mentor Senior Xianan, he is just a joke. Many people stared at Lin Ling's back and were secretly shocked. Their eyes were filled with deep admiration. The mortal world's great calamity had arrived. Many strong cultivators had appeared and many geniuses had been born. Mad god Lin Ling was one of them, and he was in the limelight. No one could stop his rise. Such a genius was undoubtedly the idol of the entire mortal world's younger generation. Lin Ling didn't have the time to care about what the crowd was thinking. He came to the place where merit points were exchanged and quickly checked it out. As for the old man in charge of exchanging treasures, he was a little surprised when he saw Lin Ling. This was because he discovered that Lin Ling had far more merit points than he had imagined. Most importantly, Lin Ling was a genius of the mortal world, so the merit points he received were several times greater. The Law of Light Ancient Book. Cultivators can cultivate the power of 10 laws. This is only the first part. There are 16 parts in the entire ancient book. The ancient divine weapon, which killing net. A treasure from the primordial era. It can trap and kill enemies. A divine weapon has the power of 100 laws. TSK. How is this a divine weapon? This is a boundary immortal weapon. It is only slightly weaker than my peerless divine sword. The profound battle chi flower. Any type of law can be increased by 5. Lin Ling looked at the treasures floating around and his heart beat violently. This time there were more treasures than before. Moreover, they were even more ancient. However, their prices were beyond his imagination. The 3 Revolutions Supreme Immortal Pill. A pill of mysterious origin. It can allow Wu Shang's realm to reach the legendary 3 Revolutions Supreme Immortal Force Source. Lin Ling's gaze fell on a pill with a 3-colored halo. His heart beat violently. 3 Revolutions. It was actually the 3 Revolutions Supreme Immortal Force Source. Why didn't anyone exchange for such a precious pill? Who cares? He had to strike first to gain the upper hand. Lin Ling immediately exchanged for the 3 Revolutions Supreme Immortal Pill. Then he continued to search for treasures. Mu Ran's eyes lit up again. The 6 Paths of Reincarnation Technique. The Yellow Spring Great Emperor's famous martial art. Its laws are powerful and can form the 6 Paths of Reincarnation. However, it requires the Yellow Spring Flame to cultivate. This is it. This set of law martial art was simply created for Lin Ling. Although Lin Ling had Li Xiaoyao's memories and knew a large number of laws, Li Xiaoyao did not have a law martial art that targeted the Yellow Spring Flame. However, this set of law martial art was expensive. It consumed all of Lin Ling's merit points. However, to Lin Ling it was worth it. Chapter 1903. Emperor's Qi. Your Excellency has a lot of merit points. Don't you want to buy more treasures? Just these 2. The old man in charge of exchanging treasures looked at Lin Ling in surprise. Lin Ling also noticed that the old man was not weak. He was an existence that surpassed Wu Shang's realm. However, since the old man was polite, Lin Ling was also polite. Senior, thank you for your reminder. I don't plan to exchange any more. 6 Paths of Reincarnation. This is a set of law martial arts. It was won by an expert in ancient times who fought with the Yellow Spring Great Emperor. However, without the Yellow Spring Flame no one can practice it. It is even dangerous and can be sucked into reincarnation at any time. This set of law martial arts has been here for millions of years. No one has ever exchanged it. Are you sure you want to exchange? As for the 3 Revolutions Tai Hong Immortal Pill, this is an immortal pill of mysterious origin. It can let a warrior reach the third revolution at any time, but no one has ever succeeded. It is said that this pill fell from the martial god realm. There were originally 3 pills. 2 of them were swallowed by 2 people. One of them exploded and died, and the other became a cripple. So, do you really want this pill? I'm sure. Yes. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. The old man shook his head helplessly. He could also see that this handsome young man's strength was not bad. However, it was not worth it to waste his life for this. However, he did not persuade Lin Ling anymore. In the end, he watched Lin Ling leave. What an interesting little guy. His soul power is very strong, especially the sword behind him. It is a boundary immortal weapon, so his power of law is very strong. Unfortunately, his temper is a bit stubborn, the old man said indifferently. At this moment, Lin Ling left earthly paradise. However, he also saw that more and more experts were returning. Obviously, many people had completed their tasks. Is that the Golden Wheel boy? I heard that he sealed the demon race's void enchantment on the Earth list. Amazing. But he is so small. I'm afraid he is only 5 or 6 years old. Crazy. Are you crazy? You actually dare to talk about him like this? He is an existence that will become one of the 10 heroes. In the immortal emperor world, outside of Huang's child and a few others, who could be his match? Legend has it that the Golden Wheel boy was the favorite disciple of the immortal Zhenren, the head of the Xianluan sect in the Xianyuan Grand region. Because he stole his master's 108 youth recovery pills when he was 6 years old, his body never grew any bigger. But because of this, he was able to practice the transmutation one Qigong. If it wasn't for the great calamity of the mortal world, he wouldn't have come out. The crowd was in a heated discussion. A few people flew down from the sky. The one in the lead was a 5 or 6-year-old child. His hands were like lotus roots, each holding a pair of huge golden wheels. He looked like a child, but his eyes were ruthless and cold. Are they from the hidden sect again? Lin Ling was secretly surprised. He realized that the child's strength was only weaker than Qin Hu's. The 4 great eras of the mortal world were indeed full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. The mortal realm that he had seen before was actually just the tip of the iceberg. Only when the mortal realm was undergoing a great tribulation would those hidden experts enter the mortal realm to experience the tribulation. Without thinking too much, Lin Ling left the heavenly earth. He took out the dragon turtle battleship and headed for the sea. At present, most people in the Rainforest Holy Land had gone to True Spirit Island. Only those with good strength stayed in the Rainforest Holy Land. Ancestor Tian and Yu naturally went to True Spirit Island as well. Along the way, the sky was blue and the sea was sometimes as calm as a mirror and sometimes as turbulent. The dragon turtle battleship was very fast. In just one day, True Spirit Island appeared in front of them. This time, Lin Ling went to True Spirit Island mainly to see how his family and friends were doing. Next, he was going to look for the second stone sculpture. After Lin Ling landed, Immortal Kame seemed to have sensed him and appeared on the island with everyone. Haha. Lin Ling, you're back. When Lin Ling walked down from the sky, Immortal Kame immediately greeted him with a smile. Greetings, Senior Kame. Lin Ling stopped and also bowed. Ancestor Tian and the others looked at Lin Ling with gratification. Because of the great tribulation of the mortal realm, they were worried about Lin Ling's safety. Fortunately, Lin Ling had passed through another tribulation and returned safely. Father, you're back. Ear ran over from the crowd. Lin Ling smiled and hugged him. He glanced at the crowd. There were people from the Starry Sky Palace and the Blazing Flame Palace. They were led by Shang Qianjun and their strength had increased greatly. Kuer's strength had also increased greatly. Then, Lin Ling took out many cultivation resources for his family and friends to use to increase their cultivation. In this world, strength was everything. If his family and friends increased their strength, Lin Ling would not have any worries. Thank you for your hard work. Yu and the others held Lin Ling's hand. They knew that during the great tribulation of the mortal realm, this man had come out of seclusion and once again embarked on a journey. The only thing they could do was to take care of this family, and let this man fight outside without worry. Thank you. Lin Ling's heart warmed as he looked at Yu and the others tenderly. He also knew that they had worked hard. At present, the devil race has invaded. but many void enchantments have failed to stop them. It will not be long before the mortal realm will be cleansed and danger lurks everywhere. However, many experts have also been born in the mortal realm. They are called the Zenith heroes. Their strength is only below that of the desolation. After talking for a while, Immortal came led Lin Ling to the depths of the island as he spoke. Yes, the mortal realm is full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Lin Ling nodded. He had been to the heavenly earth before and also saw those rising experts. Moreover, in addition to those experts, the geniuses of the mortal realm were also rising. Obviously, this world was fair. Lin Ling had opportunities, others also had opportunities. When the time comes to award merits, the Zenith heroes will be born. Immortal came said. It was not time to award merits because some secret realms would take a year from start to finish. Therefore, the highest deacon palace of the mortal realm was also waiting. Lin Ling could not help but look forward to it. He had sealed the void enchantment in the sky cloud forest. Presumably, the reward would not be small, but now he could only wait. After talking with his family and Immortal came for a while, Lin Ling entered into a state of cultivation. At present he had a lot of cultivation resources, enough for him to increase his strength again. In the Purple Mansion, Elder Z looked at Lin Ling expectantly. Your Majesty, Emperor's Mandate, what is it? The Emperor's Mandate is divided into 9 parts, each of which is different. Generally, it represents 9 kinds of power. As for what kind of power it is, it depends on what means Emperor Yun was good at in the past. Lin Ling was also excited. He spread out his right hand and a golden light appeared. Moreover, it was out of control and wanted to fly up like a worm. Of course, it was quickly caught by Lin Ling. It is the Emperor's providence, great. Elder Z looked at the Golden Emperor's Mandate and laughed excitedly. Emperor's providence? Lin Ling furrowed his brows. Chapter 1904. Dominating the world sounds great. Lin Ling nodded. The celestial demon overlord physique was originally an emperor physique and possessed the emperor's aura. Hence its defense was extremely strong. With the addition of the golden providence, the celestial demon overlord physique's defense would be even stronger. In fact, when Lin Ling fought with others, it seemed like he had fewer laws, but he could still win. The celestial demon overlord physique was a great help as its defense was too strong and could resist certain laws. In addition to his powerful physical body, he could also break through laws with brute force. However, these advantages could not be seen on the surface. Lin Ling hurriedly took the golden ball of light and was just about to refine it when Elder Z reminded, Your Majesty, why didn't you consume the triple cycle grand immortal pill that you obtained with your merit points? Could it be that Your Majesty is afraid of the side effects of the triple cycle grand immortal pill? 2 people had consumed the 3 Revolution Supreme immortal pill before. One of them had exploded and died, while the other had become a cripple. Hence no one had ever exchanged for it. Lin Ling smiled. Elder Z, this is a pill used for cultivation in the martial god realm. Of course it can't be consumed alone. It has to be combined with the 5-wood heaven-shattering liquid. I see. This must be Li Xiaoyao's memory. No wonder no one in this world could succeed. This time, I also bought a large amount of materials for the 5-wood heaven-shattering liquid to forge the spiritual liquid. With Elder Z's reminder, Lin Ling began to forge the spiritual liquid. After 3 months, he began to consume the 3 Revolution Supreme Immortal Pill. At the same time, he began to refine the Golden Emperor horoscope. The Golden Emperor horoscope contained the Emperor's aura. With Providence, Lin Ling's ancient divine emperor physique became even more condensed. His eyes were majestic, as if a King Kong had descended. The terrifying thing was that not only was the ancient divine emperor physique domineering and majestic, but it also had the aura of the emperor, noble and mighty. The last stage, dominating the world. Looking at the golden ancient divine emperor physique, Elder Z was so excited that his mouth was wide open. Tears welled up in his eyes. The former number 1 emperor of the star-picking nation had finally returned to the world. Battling the heavens and earth, there was nothing he did not fight. Dominating the world, this was the last stage. The Purple Mansion Realm's World Rumble. After an unknown amount of time, an unparalleled domineering aura erupted, causing the entire space to tremble. The ancient god emperor appeared like a giant, his head touching the sky and his feet stepping on the ground. Roar! At this moment, Lin Ling also roared towards the sky. His long hair suddenly turned golden, and so did his pupils. An aura of supremacy bloomed from his body. Who else but me? At this moment, his battle intent was boiling. It was as if he would even dare to fight against the firmament realm. He punched out, and 20 universes of power erupted. Without using the dragon claw, he was able to erupt with 20 universes of power. And when the fist reached its peak, 100-dimensional space appeared, forming space cracks around Lin Ling like a thunder pool. Genesis, Lin Ling said softly. The 9th tier of the world annihilation physique possessed the power to annihilate the world. The 10th tier of the world domination physique was the creation of the world. It was as if he was saying that he was the master of his world. Peerless divine sword. Lin Ling roared angrily once again. With his sword in hand, he revealed his sharpness. I am the master, who dares to not obey. The aura of the world domination physique also affected Lin Ling, making him feel as if he was the master of the world. Genesis. Lin Ling slashed out with his sword, and actually activated all the spatial laws of the world domination physique, forming a total of 200 laws of power, and fiercely slashed forward. Rumble! The purple mansion was split open by the sword. Seeing this, Elder Z sucked in a breath of cold air. This was the world domination physique. After a long time, Lin Ling's golden pupils slowly disappeared. His eyes also regained their calmness, but his face was filled with shock. So strong. Really strong. The peak of the Divine Devil Overlord physique was really the world domination physique. Right now, the talent of the Divine Devil Overlord physique had also reached the 2nd grade of the divine rank. Haha. Lin Ling couldn't help but laugh towards the sky. That long-lost feeling was once again approaching. After experiencing his blood and sweat, the feeling of dominating the world had returned. I've broken through and reached Wusheng Stage 5. After that, Lin Ling's expression changed again. It seemed that the Triple Revolution Taihong Immortal Pill had taken effect, allowing him to smoothly step into a new realm. Moreover, he sensed that the power in his dantian had not ended, and the void energy source was still rotating. The Triple Revolution Taihong Immortal Pill could allow the user to undergo 3 revolutions. Why isn't there any effect? Lin Ling frowned again. Your Majesty, the first revolution of the void energy source is the most difficult. Many CND experts even gave up on the first revolution and wanted to step into Wushang Stage 6. That's because if the first revolution failed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, even if Your Majesty swallowed the pill, there wouldn't be an immediate effect. Elder Z guessed. Lin Ling nodded. That was indeed the case. After all, only those with great perseverance could succeed in the first revolution. This meant that the first revolution was difficult, so he could only wait. If I succeed in the 3rd revolution, then after I step into Wushang Stage 6, every time my void energy source becomes stronger, I'll be able to increase the power of 30 laws. Yes, this was the benefit of the first revolution. Not only would he accumulate the previous laws, but he would also be able to increase the power of laws by 1 realm. This meant that if Lin Ling succeeded in the 3rd revolution, he would definitely be the strongest in the same realm. The Yellow Springs flame has finally stabilized at the 2nd grade of the divine rank. However, the Yellow Springs flame can still be improved. If I cultivate the 6 paths of reincarnation, this flame will definitely improve. Yes, Lin Ling said again. However, he had not succeeded in the 3rd revolution. Therefore, he did not cultivate the 6 paths of reincarnation for the time being. Next, Lin Ling stabilized his cultivation and left the Purple Mansion. Not long after, Taoist also came to visit Lin Ling. After seeing Lin Ling break through, he could not help but be surprised. This was because when others cultivated, breaking through to the next realm would take a few years. However, Lin Ling succeeded in a short period of time. It was as if there was no bottleneck at all. Most importantly, Taoist sensed that not only did Lin Ling break through to the next realm, his strength seemed to have increased by more than 1-fold. At this speed, Lin Ling, you will soon catch up with me. Taoist looked at Lin Ling and laughed. There were so many geniuses in the mortal world. The only one he could not see through was Linling. I was just lucky. Linling shook his head modestly. However, his every move was filled with confidence. The 9th stage of dominating the world gave him a domineering aura. By the way, little flame, have the fire spirit princess and the others returned? Linling pondered for a moment and asked. Not long ago, he entered the Sky Cloud Forest to complete a mission. However, Little Flame and the others went to another secret realm to complete a mission. They have not returned yet. However, I will calculate for you. Taoist came frowned. He took out a tortoiseshell and calculated. Then his expression changed slightly. Linling could not help but ask, what happened? I calculated that they will all face a calamity. Taoist came shook his head and said, however, their lives are not in danger at the moment. However, this calamity can be big or small. If it continues to develop, then they will all die. Hearing this, Linling's expression changed dramatically. Taoist came was a prophet of the mortal world. Linling naturally believed his words. I will go to the Rainforest Sacred Land to take a look. Their secret realm mission has already ended. However, they have not come to True Spirit Island. Perhaps they are in the Rainforest Sacred Land. Linling, quickly go and take a look. Chapter 1905. Colluding with the Devil Race, Spiritual Master came said that they had a calamity. Could it be the Devil Race? Devil Race. Linling's expression was solemn. Little Flame was his younger brother. The 9 spirits of heaven. Bayuntiandi was a brother who had gone through trials and tribulations with him. Therefore, Linling could not bear to see them in danger. Most importantly, the Fire Spirit Princess was among them. The Dragon Turtle battleship was very fast. One day later, Linling landed in Xianpeng province and headed towards the Rainforest Sacred Land. However, when he reached the Rainforest Sacred Land, he realized that the place was in a mess. The cities, streets, and palaces were all destroyed. Moreover, there were a large number of experts attacking. Most importantly, those people were not from the devil race but were humans. This made Linling's expression change drastically. What had happened? At this moment, the sky above the Rainforest Sacred Land was filled with smoke. A large number of experts were attacking. Some were capturing the people of the Rainforest Sacred Land while some were killing them directly. Enough, you guys are acting so recklessly. Aren't you afraid of Mad God Linling? On the ground, many experts were shouting angrily. Their eyes were red. Mad God Linling has committed a serious crime. We are under the orders of the human realm's highest authority to capture him. Everyone who is related to Linling must be brought back. Those who resist will be killed without mercy. A man in armor shouted angrily. His long hair fluttered in the wind. He was cold and emotionless. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being Linling's subordinates. Another person shouted. These people were not weak. They were around the first realm of Wushang. With such powerful strength, the people of the Rainforest Sacred Land could not stop them. Everything requires evidence. This sir's words have no proof. Aren't you afraid of disappointing the world? On the ground, Lady Shui Wu led many experts and looked at the sky fearlessly. Until now, they still did not know what had happened. Mad God Linling colluded with the devil race. The Fire Spirit Princess and the rest have been captured. Moreover, most of Linling's accomplices who colluded with the devil race have been captured. You guys had better surrender in case we are ruthless. The experts in the sky said coldly. Colluding with the demon race? On the ground, many people's expressions changed drastically. How did their lord collude with the devil clan? It seems that you don't know what happened. Then I'll let you die knowing. When the devil race invaded, many celestial emperors and C&D powerhouses went to stop the devil race. However, many people were greedy and agreed to the devil race's reward, so they helped the devil race open the enchantment. The Supreme Deacon Palace of the human realm killed countless celestial emperors and C&D powerhouses because of this, and your mad god Linling was one of them. Those people finally revealed their intentions. Moreover, it seemed that it wasn't just the Rainforest Holy Land. Many people in the entire human world were killed, accused of colluding with the demons. Nonsense. Angry shouts came from the Rainforest Holy Land. They didn't think that Linling would collude with the devil race, because Lin Ling had done so much for the human realm. How could he collude with the devil race? All of this was fake. This matter there are witnesses and evidence. In the Sky Cloud Forest, Lin Ling and the two people ranked second and third on the Earth ranking worked together to kill Xian Di, and tried to open the enchantment in the void. If it wasn't for the appearance of the Dark Angel from the Divine Marquis Manor, the Sky Cloud Forest would already be under the pressure of the devil race, and they would have killed their way into the human realm. The Dark Angel is the hero of the mission in the Sky Cloud Forest, and the people of the Purple Alliance have confirmed everything. Above the sky, the expert spoke again, their words carrying endless majesty. Now that the time given to you has passed, for the sake of the human race, all of you will die. As a human, you colluded with the devil race, wanting to turn the human realm into a river of blood and plunge the people into misery and suffering. You scum, what's the use of not dying? Kill. A terrifying killing intent exploded in the sky, causing the earth to tremble. In the distance, Lin Ling tightly clenched his teeth, and his eyes were completely red. He had become a traitor who colluded with the devil race? He and the second on the Earth ranking Yin Yeming had helped the devil race together? Moreover, the so-called Dark Angel had become that archer from the Divine Marquis Manor? Distorting right and wrong. Inverting right and wrong. He Lin Ling had sealed the enchantment in the Sky Cloud Forest, and had also disrupted the archer's plan. Not only did he not contribute, he was a sinner. Cold. An extremely terrifying and cold aura spread out from Lin Ling's body. The clouds in the sky split open, and the wind stopped blowing. Killing intent filled the air. The experts on the ground and in the sky all felt a terrifying coldness drifting over, and it was so cold that it penetrated their hearts. Suddenly, everyone looked at the other side of the sky. A man in a black robe stood there. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were cold. An invisible aura of indifference emanated from his body, causing everyone to fall silent. It was too cold and none of them could withstand it. It was as if they were looking at a god of death, a giant of the mortal world. Sir, who are you? The experts in the sky all trembled with fear as they stared at Lin Ling. You all said that the mad god Lin Ling colluded with the devil race, and the Dark Angel from the Divine Marquis Manor disrupted his plan. Is this correct? Lin Ling finally stepped out, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. Plop! Everyone's heart violently jumped. Just by looking at the young man, they felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Yes. This is the order of the mortal world's highest authority. Senior, are you angry at Lin Ling? This Lin Ling really deserves to die. He allowed the devil race to come in, who knows how many people will die in the hands of the devil race. Lin Ling is too cruel. One of them gritted his teeth and said, but as far as I know, the mad god Lin Ling has repeatedly helped the mortal world's highest authority, such as the true martial world, and the news of the devil race's invasion. These were all revealed by him. Whether he colluded with the devil race or not, at least he saved many people. Do you all have to kill him? Lin Ling said softly. His voice was calm, but it gave people the feeling that it was even colder. Senior, you probably don't like Mad God Lin Ling, right? I admit that he has indeed made contributions to the human realm's highest deacon palace. However, he is frivolous and lawless. Therefore, he is going to die just because he helped the demon race. No merit can offset that crime. An expert smiled and said. Lin Ling was silent. He stepped forward step by step, but the coldness emitted from his body became even crazier. No one remembered his merit, they only wanted him to die. Even the whole thing didn't seem to be investigated in detail, and Lin Ling was directly sentenced to death. I want to see who can kill me. Lin Ling's anger became even crazier. Finally, those people felt that something was wrong. Someone asked nervously, Senior, you are? I am the mad god Lin Ling who colluded with the devil race. Lin Ling spat out a sentence. The ancient god emperor descended, dominating the world. He fiercely punched. When I sealed the Sky Cloud Forest barrier, where were you? When I was pulled into the devil domain by the devil race's great senior and almost died, where were you? You didn't do anything, you don't know anything, you only know how to kill people. Die for me. Boom. With a single punch, over 100 experts were reduced to dust. Blood rained down like rain. No one could block that punch of his that could not be stopped. Chapter 1906. Raging Fury. Lin Ling could be killed by others, but he couldn't allow others to use him to kill his friends. Most importantly, the archer who colluded with the devil race had become the hero of the mortal world while he, Lin Ling, was the sinner. He, Lin Ling, refused to accept this. "You're mad, God Lin Ling." The experts in the sky changed their expressions. They didn't expect Mad God Lin Ling to dare to appear in front of them. At this moment, everyone's hearts trembled with fear. Although they were very impressive before, when Lin Ling appeared in front of them, that cold killing intent immediately made them lose the ability to fight. "My friend, where are you?" Bang! Boom! Another punch, dominating the world. Lin Ling's hair turned golden, and his eyes were dark gold. This was the wrath of the Son of Heaven. "You're crazy!" Bang! Those experts all shouted in panic. "My friend, where are you?" Bang! However, what answered them was a punch, an incomparably terrifying punch. Boom! Blood rained down from the sky. It was a ghastly sight. Dozens of experts fell. Who could stop the wrath of the Son of Heaven? If these people didn't say anything, then Lin Ling would kill them until they did. Moreover, he was furious today. He wanted to kill his way to the highest administrator's palace in the mortal world and ask those who condemned him for his crimes. If they wanted to kill him, Lin Ling, then come directly. Why did they accuse him? If anyone tried to stop him, he would kill them all. Because he had a clear conscience. Because he was the real angel of the night, not the one from the divine Marquis mansion. The ancient god Empyrean's incomparably terrifying power engulfed those powerhouses. Naturally, those powerhouses would not allow themselves to be captured without putting up a fight. They also retaliated one after another, bursting forth with their ultimate techniques. However, those powerful attacks that landed on Lin Ling's body were all blocked by a golden light. "So many of us working together can't shake him?" The experts were shocked. How could Lin Ling be so strong? Mad God Lin Ling, we're not CND, one of the 3 great legends of the mortal world. We're from various great powers. Today we're just here to inform you. Since you don't welcome us, we'll take our leave. The experts didn't dare to stay any longer. One of them coldly said and wanted to leave with his group. "But let me remind you, no matter how arrogant you are now, you'll still die when the great powers of the mortal world comes, haha." The remaining people seemed to know that Lin Ling's death was near, so they did not want to fight Lin Ling head-on. However, they thought that Lin Ling would definitely die, but could they leave? World annihilation. A huge ancient sword appeared in Lin Ling's hand. He fiercely slashed. The sword light was like an arc, splitting the space wherever it passed. The group of people was stunned for a moment. When they turned their heads to look, their expressions changed greatly. Just as they wanted to say something, each of them was cut in half, leaving only one person standing there in a daze. On the ground, Lord Shui Wu and the other experts were shocked. They didn't expect Lord Lin Ling's strength to become so powerful. Those CND experts were like chickens and dogs in front of Lord Lin Ling. There was still one person in the sky who didn't die. His body trembled as he looked at Lin Ling walking over. "Where are my friends?" Lin Ling appeared in front of that person, his face indifferent as he spat out a sentence. "I'm telling you, you can't kill me." That person was completely scared and his mouth was pale. "Speak." Lin Ling didn't answer him. He shouted again, and that person didn't dare to hide anything. He directly said, "The new mortal world prison is at the border of Xianhuangdiyu, beside the chaotic demon sea. It's called the Black Castle Prison." Boom! After he finished speaking, Lin Ling punched out, then turned around and left. That person stared at Lin Ling and said with a bitter smile, "I said, why do you still want to kill me? I didn't promise not to kill you." Lin Ling's cold voice came from afar, and that person's bitter smile deepened. In the end, his body exploded, turning into endless crystal light and disappeared. "My lord." Lord Shui Wu and the others knelt down at this moment, but their hearts were still shaken. The mortal world was facing a great calamity, and a large number of experts had surfaced. However, their lord was still arrogant. Whoever dared to invade would be killed without mercy. Lin Ling nodded, and his cold eyes looked into the distance as he analyzed what those people said before. First, Lin Ling was sure that he wasn't the only one who was slandered. Because of the invasion of the devil race, The giants of the mortal world used this opportunity to eliminate dissidents, and he, Lin Ling, was only one of them. As for the people who wanted to eliminate Lin Ling, it wasn't difficult to guess. It should be the Sky Lord, the Xianyuan clan, and the ancient Ji clan. Of course, there might be other experts who wanted to kill Lin Ling, but these three forces couldn't escape being related. Second, why were they so sure that Lin Ling colluded with the devil race? Because the most dazzling figure in the Sky Cloud Forest was the Angel of the Night, but no one knew the identity of the Angel of the Night. So, someone impersonated the Angel of the Night, and used the name of the Angel of the Night to eliminate dissidents. Lin Ling constantly thought about it, and he had a general understanding of the situation. Unfortunately, those people who wanted to harm him didn't know that the Angel of the Night was Lin Ling himself. As he thought of this, the flames of rage in Lin Ling's heart surged. Using the calamity of the mortal world to eliminate dissidents, those giants of the mortal world had a good plan. They weren't worried about the innocent people at all, and they wanted to use this opportunity to rise up. Follow me to the prison of the mortal world. Lin Ling waved his right hand, and the dragon turtle battleship appeared. He stepped onto it, and the people of the rainforest Holy Land roared furiously as they leaped into the sky. No matter if Lord Lin Ling colluded with the devil race or not, they would risk their lives and follow him wherever he went. Moreover, Lord Lin Ling had helped the mortal world many times in the past, but today the highest authority of the mortal world had killed him just like that. They couldn't swallow this insult. Rumble! The dragon turtle battleship rumbled as it flew towards Xianhuangdayu at a terrifying speed. In the streets and alleys of the rainforest Holy Land, many commoners looked up at the sky, their eyes filled with excitement. Today, their rainforest Holy Land had almost been destroyed, but the Lord had returned and killed the enemy. He had even killed his way up to the 9 heavens. This was the Lord Lin Ling that they had always loved. The mortal world prison used to be in the Devil Prison mountain range, but after it was broken, it changed its location. It was now at the edge of the chaotic demon sea in Xianhuangdayu. At this moment, a huge black fortress had been built there. The walls were thousands of meters tall, and it was like a giant beast sitting on the ground. Around the black fortress, a large number of prison guards in black armor were walking around, and their eyes flashed with a ruthless light. The mortal world's calamity. There are so many people who colluded with the devil race. This Black Castle prison can't hold all of them. The prison in the Devil Prison mountain range is much better. At least it has a great array protecting it. The defense of the Black Castle prison that was built temporarily is much weaker. It's all that mad god Lin Ling's fault. If he didn't cause havoc in the prison, how could the devil race have invaded? Maybe mad god Lin Ling will be the next prisoner. I heard that he is also one of the criminals who colluded with the devil race. Chapter 1907. Black Castle Prison Rumble. However, at this moment, the clouds in the sky were torn apart, and a huge dragon turtle battleship arrived in a mighty manner. Many warriors in the Xianhuang Big Domain also noticed it, and their faces changed. What a mighty battleship! What is it doing here? However, what surprised everyone was that the battleship was charging towards the Black Castle in an unbridled and lawless manner. Stop! This is the human world's prison. How dare you behave so atrociously here? Are you crazy? The prison guards were shocked. A young man in his 20s shouted angrily. He was the son of Emperor Jin Yo and one of the guards of the Black Castle prison. Activate the array. The young man waved his hand coldly. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The black bricks in the Black Castle shone brightly and formed black light arrows that shot into the sky. These black arrows were the Black Castle prison's defensive measures. At that moment, tens of thousands of arrows were fired at the same time. It was a shocking scene. Is the owner of the Dragon Turtle battleship stupid? Why can't he talk things out? Why must he barge into the prison? Sigh, what a pity. The crowd in the distance stared at the majestic scene in the sky and shook their heads. They saw that the sky had already turned black, densely packed with arrows. As for the Black Castle prison, the prison guards were laughing. The young man in the lead had a cold look in his eyes. He waved his hand again and wanted the Black Castle prison to stop shooting arrows. However, at that moment, another rumbling sound came from the sky. A majestic battleship with a dragon head and a turtle body appeared. It did not slow down and continued charging towards the Black Castle. Nothing happened? What kind of battleship is that? Why is its defense so strong? Everyone was shocked. The young man in the lead had a drastic change in his expression. He waved his hand again and said, "Shoot!" Clang! Clang! Countless arrows were fired again. However, this time everyone could clearly see how terrifying the Dragon Turtle battleship was. None of the arrows could penetrate the battleship. Instead, they were destroyed after colliding with it. "Who are you?" The young man in the lead did not dare to underestimate the intruder. "Armageddon." At that moment, a terrifying sword radiance slashed out from the Dragon Turtle battleship. It was like the Grim Reaper's blade was telling them that anyone who stood in its way would be killed without mercy. Rumble! 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 A large number of prison guards were cut in half as their blood spilled onto the ground. No one could block that terrifying sword radiance. Crazy! A large number of people in the distance sucked in a breath of cold air. The Mortal World prison was backed by the highest deacon palace in the mortal world. How dare someone kill a prison guard? He was too arrogant. The expression of the leader of the prison guards changed drastically. He turned his head and saw that more than half of the prison guards beside him had been killed or injured. If he had not reacted quickly and pulled several people beside him to be his scapegoats, he would have been killed by the sword. The strength of the person who came was very strong. He stared at the sky and saw a black-robed young man standing coldly at the head of the Dragon Turtle battleship. He was tall and slender and had delicate features. However, his eyes were cold and emotionless. The coldness in his eyes could penetrate one's heart. Killing God. A terrifying thought appeared in the young man's mind. Suddenly, he felt that the young man was very familiar, as if he had seen him not long ago. But where exactly was he? "It's in the Devil Prison Mountain Range. You're mad God Lin Ling." Finally, the young man let out a terrified voice. Because of his shock, his voice was not soft. Many experts in the distance heard it and were all stunned. Mad God Lin Ling, it was Mad God Lin Ling again. Because the person who had caused havoc in the Mortal World prison in the Devil Prison Mountain Range was Mad God Lin Ling. Today, the person who caused havoc in the Black Castle prison was Mad God Lin Ling again. Could it be that his arrogance had reached the point of lawlessness? "Mad God Lin Ling, how dare you!" The young man immediately roared, but what answered him was a sword. A sword that would decide his life. The sword light passed through him, and his head was separated from his body. Almost at the same time, the huge Dragon Turtle battleship slammed into the Black Castle prison. After a rumble, the prison that had just been built collapsed. Awesome! My friend was wrongly accused and imprisoned without any reason. Now that Mad God Lin Ling has broken through the prison, he is very popular. That's right. The giants of the mortal world are ambitious. They want to become existences that surpass myths, so they are eliminating dissidents to gain more prestige. That's right. Most importantly, although they have wronged others, they have also fabricated evidence. Those experts who have been wronged have suffered unspeakable hardships. That's right. Mad God Lin Ling continued to be lawless. In the distance, many onlookers were excited. In a world dominated by experts, there was a need for a new force to emerge, and that person they hoped to be Mad God Lin Ling. At this moment, in the basement of the Black Castle prison, painful cries could be heard from time to time. A large number of people were tied to the wall. Their wrists were shackled with powerful divine weapons. Once they were shackled, no spiritual energy could be recovered. No matter how strong they were in the past, they could only be prisoners now. Pa! 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 Several prison guards held iron whips and whipped the prisoners fiercely. With every whip, thunder and fire bloomed. Hee, how did the former Great Yuan prison emperor become a prisoner today? The prison guards sneered. Those who were beaten could not resist at all. Following the line of sight, there was a man in his 40s sitting on a chair in the dimly lit hall. He was completely naked. This was the expert guarding the Black Castle prison, Great Emperor Jin Nyo. "In my prison everyone is a slave. Even if you were the mentor of the three great myths Xiandi in the past, you will still have to worship me as your king." A low voice came from Great Emperor Jin Nyo's mouth. Beside him, several beautiful and naked women were massaging him, making him look satisfied. Despicable. The mortal world prison is for prisoners. We are not guilty. Why are you imprisoning us? Suddenly a clear voice came. Among the prisoners, a beautiful woman stared at Great Emperor Jinyo and said, "Hehe, it seems like you don't understand. In my prison, everyone is a slave." Great Emperor Jinyo laughed. He stood up and waved his right hand. A powerful force came out and brought the person who spoke over. Whoosh! Then Great Emperor Jinyo let out a violent roar and tore the woman's clothes, revealing a large area of snow-white skin. Without waiting for the woman to cry out, Great Emperor Jinyo pressed down on her, making her cry out in pain. What was more terrifying was that the woman's talent and cultivation were slowly being absorbed by Great Emperor Jinyo. Seeing this, the prisoners who were tied up in the hall trembled. They had long heard that Great Emperor Jinyo was cruel and ruthless. Today they saw that it was true. Falling into his hands was a fate worse than death. Haha Hongyun Xiandi, the sect leader of the Sunset Three Clouds sect. You are as beautiful as a fairy. Today you have become my slave. Your cultivation is mine. Let me tell you, this is just the beginning. Great Emperor Jinyo was still pressing down on the woman as he laughed wildly. I beg you, let me go. Chapter 1908. Crippled Great Emperor Nyojin kicked the woman away and swept his gaze across the remaining prisoners. Everyone lowered their heads in fear of being targeted by Great Emperor Nyojin. Especially the women. Their bodies were trembling non-stop. Fire Spirit Princess, your talent is not bad. I have long been attracted to you. Come, I will let you enjoy the best time in the human world. Great Emperor Nyojin's eyes finally landed on a lively girl. She was the Fire Spirit Princess. Who in the human world didn't know about the beauty of the Fire Spirit Princess? Moreover, her talent was not bad. If he could absorb her talent, his strength would increase greatly. Great Emperor Nyojin's talent was extremely mysterious. He had the first-grade divine Nyoyang heavenly root. He could pluck yin to nourish yang. All these years he had ravaged many girls. How dare you? At this moment Little Flame, the 9 spirits of heaven by Yun, and Xiandi were also tied up on the wall. All of them roared in anger. Don't be anxious. You will have your chance too. Great Emperor Nyojin sneered as if he was talking to his friends. This made Little Flame and the others furious. Just as Great Emperor Nyojin was about to attack, the entire basement shook and dust fell from the sky. Rumble. Along with the rumbling, it was as if the Onyx Castle prison had collapsed. Everyone was shocked when they sensed the terrifying tremors. Great Emperor Nyojin was furious. Who was ruining his mood? He shouted, "Go and see what happened. Isn't my son Nyolan guarding outside?" A prison guard immediately obeyed the order and walked out along the dark corridor. However, just as he walked out of the corridor, he came back and walked backwards. Who asked you to come back? Can't you hear me? Great Emperor Golden Ox was even more furious. However, when he turned around, he suddenly saw a black-robed young man slowly walking in. He extended his left hand and actually grabbed the prison guard's cheek. Just like that, he walked in with the prison guard in his hand. The entire process was silent, as if the god of death had arrived. Such a scene was undoubtedly shocking. All the prisoners' expression changed drastically as they stared at the newcomer. Little Flame and the others were overjoyed. It's Big Brother is here. Bastard! The Fire Spirit Princess also let out an excited cry. Great Emperor Nyojin stared at the intruder in astonishment. However, his heart was filled with anger. Who was this person? Why had he barged into his prison? Just as he was about to speak, the young man opposite him spoke first. The so-called human realm prison is actually the dirtiest place in the human realm. These prisoners are cleaner than a scum like you. The young man was Lin Ling. How powerful was his soul force? Even before he entered, he could see what was happening in the basement. This made his anger and killing intent even crazier. Filthy scum, treating the prisoners like adults and almost attacking the second dream. This was Lin Ling's reverse scale. Who are you? Let me tell you, my backer is the ancient Ji clan. Staring at Lin Ling, Great Emperor Jinyo said coldly. Bang! Lin Ling's left hand clenched tightly, and the prison guard's face blossomed like a flower. His head exploded from Lin Ling's grip. I'm Lin Ling, the mad god. Lin Ling casually threw the corpse away and took a step forward. His aura burst forth like a ruler, dominating the world. Mad god Lin Ling. Hearing this, Great Emperor Jin Yo's expression changed drastically. He thought that mentioning his backer would be enough to make this young man flee. However, this young man was Lin Ling, an enemy of the ancient Ji clan. This young man wasn't afraid of the ancient Ji clan at all. In fact, in the entire human realm, Mad God Lin Ling was the only person who had challenged the ancient Ji clan and the Xianyuan clan and emerged unscathed. Good timing. Since you're here today, let me see how amazing a human realm genius like you is. Great Emperor Jin Yo knew that this young man didn't come with good intentions. He immediately unleashed a powerful aura. Since he was able to guard the prison, he naturally wasn't weak. Rumble. A brown demonic bull rushed out from under his crotch. It was as if it could wipe out an entire army. Bang bang bang. The ground cracked open, and the law of collision spewed out. If it was in the outside world, it could destroy a city. Boom. However, when the demonic bull collided with Lin Ling, the ancient god emperor appeared behind Lin Ling. He lifted his foot and stomped forward. With just one stomp, the demonic bull's momentum was suppressed. Lin Ling's foot stepped on the demonic bull's head, immobilizing it. Dominating the world, Lin Ling stretched out his hands and grabbed the two horns of the demonic bull. Then his strength erupted. Swoosh! That terrifying demonic bull was actually torn apart by Lin Ling. Split into two. Great Emperor Nyo-jin immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. The demonic bull was closely related to his innate talent. Therefore, he was also severely injured at this moment. However, he did not expect Mad God Lin Ling to be so powerful. He was actually able to tear apart his demonic bull law attack. Mystic Turtle's 9 steps. Lin Ling didn't intend to talk too much. He came in front of Great Emperor Jin Yo and raised his head to look at the burly man. Great Emperor Jin Yo's body trembled. Although the person in front of him didn't look old, he felt as if he had seen the god of death. Your talent comes from under your crotch. What's the use of such a dirty talent? From now on, I want you to never trample on others. A peerless archery sword appeared in Lin Ling's right hand. He stabbed fiercely and stirred it. Ah! Great Emperor Jin Yo let out a painful cry. His talent was destroyed, and his manhood was messed up. This kind of pain was undoubtedly more unbearable than killing him. As for the prisoners in the hall, they were all happy. Evil people would be dealt with by evil people. Great Emperor Jin Yo was a cruel and merciless emperor, but he met Mad God Lin Ling, who was even more ruthless than him. You crippled me. Great Emperor Jin Yo rolled on the ground and let out a hideous cry. His talent was destroyed. From now on, he couldn't increase his strength anymore. The so-called crippling isn't just your manhood. Lin Ling's eyes were emotionless. He took a step forward and came in front of Great Emperor Jin Yo. His left hand turned into a claw and grabbed at Great Emperor Jin Yo's dantian. Then he grabbed a source of void force and crushed it with a bang. The source of void force was the source of power for experts like CND. Now that it was destroyed by Lin Ling, Great Emperor Jin Yo was like a deflated balloon. All the power he had accumulated in the past disappeared. His burly body suddenly aged and his face was full of wrinkles. And this was the so-called crippling. Crippling a person didn't mean crippling his talent, but crippling his entire body. You, Great Emperor Jin Yo said with difficulty, just kill me. If you want a person to remember what pain is, death isn't the best. You want him to live a life worse than death. Lin Ling looked down at Great Emperor Jin Yo and said coldly, all these years, many people have been ruined by you. They will make you suffer a life worse than death. Hearing this, Great Emperor Jin Yo's eyes widened. He actually forced himself to get up and kowtowed to Lin Ling. He wanted Lin Ling to kill him with his own hands, because he was powerless and was captured by those prisoners. His fate was obvious. Men, release all the prisoners in the prison. Lin Ling ignored him and shouted angrily at the hall. Chapter 1909. Rewards according to merit. Mad God Lin Ling. I will never forget your kindness today. Yes. Then many CND experts bowed to Lin Ling. We were wronged. The giants of the human world wanted to kill us and eliminate the dissidents. Their goal was to become an existence that surpassed the three myths and be on equal footing with the master of the martial pavilion. Yes. Because we were eliminated, there were fewer voices of opposition. Moreover, the giants of the human world also made great contributions. The prestige was enough for them to rise. Yes. It's the Sky Lord. Yes. Those CND experts continued to speak, their faces full of anger. Hearing those words, Lin Ling's eyes flashed with a cold light. Especially when he saw the Fire Dragon Princess. The killing intent in his heart boiled even more. The Sky Lord, the ancient Ji family, and the Xianyuan clan. This time, not only did they kill a large number of experts, but they also framed Lin Ling. This feud was set. No matter who came forward, Lin Ling would not give any face. He would kill these experts in his lifetime. Who will go to the heavenly world with me? Suppressing the killing intent in his heart, Lin Ling glanced at the crowd and said indifferently, "Boss, I'll go." "Baddie, I'll go too." Little Flame and the others immediately responded. They wanted to seek justice. The Sky Lord wanted to use them as a stepping stone. They would never allow it. "Mad God Lin Ling will follow you." Many CND experts also shouted. They could not take this lying down. They came from all over the human world. There were people from the Fire Clan, the E Clan, the Supreme Clan, and so on. As long as they were against the Sky Lord and the others, they were all wronged. Good. Today, follow me to the Deacon Palace of the human world. Lin Ling nodded and took a big step forward, leading the crowd away. When they came outside, the Dragon Turtle battleship was still there. After everyone boarded the battleship, Lin Ling took out an ancient sword and slashed at the Onyx Castle prison on the ground. Rumble. With this slash, the entire prison collapsed. There's no need to stay in such a dirty place. Then the Dragon Turtle battleship flew into the sky. And in the distance, many people became excited. Lin Ling once again destroyed the human prison. He was worthy of being called a martial artist of our generation. He was magnanimous, daring to take responsibility for his actions. Where did they go? It seems like they've killed their way into the Deacon Palace of the human realm. Mad God Lin Ling, you're still mad. Many people started to discuss among themselves. They stepped out and flew towards the sky. They wanted to know the outcome of this matter. They wanted to know if Mad God Lin Ling could bring justice to those who were wrongly accused. At this moment, heavenly earth was like a paradise. There were tall buildings, green mountains, and clear waters. However, a large number of experts had gathered on this vast island. Obviously, the missions issued by the human realm had all been completed. Those human realm experts had all returned and were waiting for the time to reward them. In terms of rewards, as long as one completed the mission, one would be able to obtain a large amount of merit points. Moreover, one would be able to obtain the title of Mortal Realm's Calamity, bringing honor and pride to the entire realm. However, even though there were many strong cultivators in the heavenly earth, it was extremely silent. All sorts of ambitious and ruthless people were sitting there. Some closed their eyes, some whispered to each other. The 7 emperors of the 7 emperors' world were sitting together and frowning. They were thinking about colluding with the demon clan. Ridiculous. Many of my people have colluded with the demon clan. That's ridiculous. But they have proof, it's difficult to refute them. Emperor Li Shou and the others were furious, but they had proof so they couldn't refute. Of course, Lin Ling was one of those who had been wrongly accused, so they weren't happy. On the side of Champion University, Sun and Yu Wushuang looked grim. Even though many people from Champion University had been imprisoned in the human world, there weren't many of them. Therefore, they were wondering if they should help those strong cultivators, or if they should just ignore them. In the end, they chose to wait and see. After all, even though those who had been wrongly accused were from Champion University, they weren't their trusted subordinates. More and more people are coming back, whispered someone at that moment. In the distance, a large number of strong cultivators were coming back. They were all smiling. They had finished their tasks and were going to get a lot of points. It's the first time I've seen such a grand ceremony. All the strong cultivators of the human world have gathered. Brother Qiaofeng is a strong cultivator of the Central Earth list. This time, in the mysterious world of the horizontal cloud forest, the empty world was sealed. You've done a great job. I've heard that everyone's points will be doubled. Sister Huixia, you're overpraising us. We were just lucky. Among the experts who had rushed back, several figures were talking in low voices. One of them was Princess Huixia. With her current strength, she naturally couldn't enter the Middle Earth ranking. Therefore, she looked up to the Middle Earth ranking. The most important thing was that Brother Qiaofeng was a strong cultivator of the Central Earth list. He was pursuing her, so she was happy. Furthermore, the Sky Cloud Forest Secret Realm was also one of the most dazzling places in today's rewards. Because, among all the void boundaries, there were less than 5 sealed void boundaries, and the Sky Cloud Forest was one of them. Therefore, Brother Qiaofeng was going to be famous, which made her even more proud. By the way, have you seen Crazy God Lin Ling? If I'm not mistaken, he also went to the mysterious world of the Horizontal Cloud Forest. He's a genius from the human world, so he must be dazzling too, said Princess Huixia suddenly, said the handsome man next to her. He also knew about the tensions between Princess Huixia and Lin Ling. He smiled and said, there are many strong cultivators in the Horizontal Cloud Forest. The most dazzling one is Lu Susu from the Purple Alliance and the legendary Dark Angel. As for Lin Ling, I admit that he's a genius from the human world, but unfortunately he hasn't matured yet. Besides, nobody knows if he'll rise in the future. Therefore, nobody has seen him in the Horizontal Cloud Forest. He's probably just a passerby. Brother Qiaofeng is still the best. At least you've joined the Purple Alliance because it's an honor to be able to join it. Princess Firecloud suddenly laughed. Her laughter was extremely happy. She was conflicted about Lin Ling. In fact, she admired Lin Ling very much. However, Lin Ling didn't care about her, which made her feel humiliated. Therefore, she subconsciously wanted to see Lin Ling's downfall. Now she finally had the chance. She could also be proud in front of Princess Huiling and tell her that her husband was even more dazzling. Rumble. While the crowd was whispering, the sound of thunder came from the distant sky. A mighty dragon turtle battleship swept through the wind and clouds and arrived majestically. Moreover, on the dragon turtle battleship there were countless people standing there. For a moment, everyone looked over and was secretly surprised. The people who came were very bold. After all, when it came to rewards, everyone had to keep a low profile. However, they rode the dragon turtle battleship and directly entered the heavenly world. This action was undoubtedly extremely arrogant. Subconsciously, many people looked at the dragon head of the dragon turtle battleship and saw a cold young man with an ancient sword on his back. His aura was domineering. What an arrogant young man. Who is he? Chapter 1910. Arriving at Heavenly Earth was in an uproar. Many people's eyes flickered. Although Lin Ling wasn't the strongest existence in the mortal world, Lin Ling was still a genius of the mortal world. Who didn't know about his arrogance? This Lin Ling the mad god is so arrogant. He dares to ride a battleship in front of the mortal world's giants. Skylord, is this the junior who has repeatedly ruined your plans? A voice drifted out from a corner of Heavenly Earth. Many people looked into the distance. These people's auras were extremely powerful. If it was Wang Ruoxian, they would be the giants of the mortal world. Moreover, there were experts from the Saint's great domain here. North Celestial Emperor, Yuanshe Royal Family, Divine Marquis Mansion, countless immortal clans, Ancient Ji Family, Xinyuan Clan. Every one of them could shake the mortal world with a single move. Haha, he's just a dying ant. Skylord also looked into the distance with cold eyes. It's said that this Lin Ling the mad god is in the secret realm of the Hengyun Forest. If I had known, I would have let Cripple kill him. A man from the Divine Marquis Mansion laughed. No matter. He's colluding with the demon race. With the Dark Angel as his witness, he won't be able to escape death. Skylord waved his hand. He didn't care at all. In his opinion, Lin Ling was just a passerby in the Hengyun Forest. He wasn't qualified to shine at all. Am I right, Dark Angel? Then, the Skylord looked at the silent youth behind him. This youth wore a mask and a black robe. He was none other than the Angel of the Night. Skylord is right. In the Hengyun Forest, I'm the hero. No one will doubt anything I say. The youth replied faintly. However, he stared at Lin Ling and felt that he had seen him somewhere before. especially that pair of eyes. He felt even more familiar. Of course he quickly shook his head. Mad God Lin Ling was just an ant. If he knew that the youth in front of him was the dark angel who fought with him, he wouldn't dare to underestimate Lin Ling. Unfortunately, only Lu Susu and a few others knew about the identity of the Angel of the Night. That was why this young man dared to replace Lin Ling. Rumble. The battleships in the sky were getting closer and closer. However, many experts of the earthly paradise revealed gloating smiles because they knew that Lin Ling had colluded with the devil race. Therefore Lin Ling still dared to come. Could it be that he had come to throw away his life? Junior sister Huaxia, is he Mad God Lin Ling? That's all there is to it. Watch me teach him a lesson for you, said Qiao Feng indifferently. It seemed as if he wanted to solve the demon in Princess Huaxia's heart. His body was filled with thick battle intent. No, there are too many big shots right now. Princess Firecloud shook her head. I heard that Lin Ling has colluded with the demon race, so no one will object to me taking action. On the contrary, everyone will approve of my actions. You should take a good look at how lowly that so-called Lin Ling is. Qiao Feng stepped out and went toward the dragon turtle battleship. Seeing this, Princess Huaxia did not stop him. In fact, she was also looking forward to the scene of Lin Ling being humiliated. Now, her man was going to defeat Lin Ling. That was the best. Mad God Lin Ling, you are so lawless. You came to the earthly paradise, but you are so rude. Do you dare to fight with me? Qiao Feng appeared in the sky and then shouted loudly. Countless eyes were looking at him. Many people were looking forward to it. After the trip to the Mystery Land, many people's strength had increased greatly. They did not know whether the former genius of the earthly paradise, Lin Ling, had also improved his strength. Qiao Feng, an expert of the first rank Wushang, was also one of the geniuses of the earthly paradise with 100 principles. However, he was not as dazzling as Lin Ling. However, under Qiao Feng's voice, the dragon turtle battleship still moved forward. All the people on the battleship were silent. Lin Ling, you don't dare to speak. No. Seeing this scene, many people shook their heads and said, Mad God Lin Ling was arrogant. If someone provoked him, he would not be afraid of a fight. Now that he was silent, it must be that he admitted his strength was inferior to the opponent. Haha, Mad God Lin Ling, you don't deserve your reputation. Stop and fight with me. Qiao Feng shouted again. He seemed to have noticed Princess Huaxia's admiring eyes, so he was in high spirits at this moment. Mad God Lin Ling, if you have the ability, fight with senior brother Qiao Feng. In the crowd, Qiao Feng's friends also shouted loudly. Their voices were like waves, which finally attracted the attention of the people on the dragon turtle battleship. Brother, let me. The 9 spirits of heaven stared at Qiao Feng indifferently. Their fighting spirit was also boiling. Lin Ling shook his head and said indifferently, I don't see an ant blocking the way. Does such an idiotic ant want to be valued by the whole earthly paradise? Boom! This voice was not soft, which made the hearts of everyone in the earthly paradise explode. Previously, they thought that Lin Ling did not dare to fight. Who knew that Lin Ling would only see Qiao Feng now? This also showed that Qiao Feng was an ant on the roadside. Lin Ling did not dare to show any interest in him, and did not even bother to look at him. Lin Ling, stop the battleship and fight with me. Qiao Feng's face became cold. He noticed Lin Ling's naked disdain. Why should I stop? Lin Ling said slowly. Your dragon turtle battleship's defense is so strong. If you don't stop the battleship, how can you fight? You want to use the battleship to fight me. So, won't I be at a disadvantage? Qiao Feng said coldly, which made Lin Ling laugh. He did not know where Qiao Feng's confidence came from. However, if he did not drive away this fly, it would be troublesome. He simply stepped out of the battleship and said, I know that many people want to see a good show. But since I dared to come, I have never thought of leaving. If you want to fight, then come. That's right. Without the battleship, we will have a fair fight. Let the experts of the earthly paradise see how powerful you, the so-called genius of the earthly paradise, is. Green Tornado Fist. Qiao Feng wanted to prove himself. With a punch, all the power of law erupted and formed a huge storm. The so-called genius is not the same. In the past, you were a genius. But in the future, when others get an opportunity, they can also surpass the genius. Xiao Feng followed the Purple Union to fight in the Sky Cloud Forest and killed countless devils. I have already left you far behind. Everyone's blood boiled when they heard this. That's right, a genius is not the same. Xiao Feng will definitely defeat Lin Ling. Sky Lord and the other experts smiled faintly. In fact, although Lin Ling participated in the birthday celebration of Jade Lake Heavenly Mother, they were not clear about Lin Ling's strength. So, they also wanted to see if Lin Ling's strength had improved. Worthy of being senior brother Xiao Feng. Looking at the terrifying storm in the sky, Princess Huixia clenched her fists in excitement. She even saw Princess Huiling on the Dragon Turtle battleship. So she was proud at this moment. She believed that from today onwards, Princess Huiling would not be able to be arrogant in front of her. Under countless gazes, it was as if Lin Ling did not know how powerful the attacks of 100 precepts were. He actually stood quietly in the sky, not moving at all. This action undoubtedly caused many people to hiss. Lin Ling's strength was not weak. If he had fought back, no one would have been surprised. But he was just standing there without moving? This made people unable to guess. Could it be that Lin Ling was unable to react? Chapter 1911. Condemning Lin Ling Rumble. Astral wind swept Lin Ling and Lin Ling disappeared from the sky. Seeing this, Heavenly World was silent. The gap in strength was too big. Lin Ling was defeated in one move. Xiao Feng was also stunned for a moment. He didn't expect to get rid of Lin Ling so easily. He couldn't help but laugh. He looked at Heavenly World and said, "Sirs, you won't blame me for killing Lin Ling, right? It doesn't matter. He is currently colluding with the devil race. He is a sinner. Killing him is not only a crime, but also a reward of merit points." A voice drifted out from Heavenly World. Xiao Feng finally laughed. His face was indifferent as if he had obtained endless glory. Good. That's great. Princess Huixia was also relieved. This was the husband she had imagined. He defeated Lin Ling in front of countless people. It was as if he was stepping on colorful clouds to proudly marry her. Princess Huixia. This is the Lin Ling in your eyes. Xiao Feng sensed Princess Huixia's joy. He turned around and said with a faint smile. Princess Huixia nodded heavily. She was just about to say something but her pupils constricted. She pointed at the person in front of Xiao Feng and couldn't say anything. At this moment astral wind was still sweeping, but a golden light appeared. Then a handsome man stepped out of the wind. He didn't make any move but he seemed to have torn apart the terrifying storm law. I have already walked out of the battleship. That's because I don't want to take advantage of you. But your full strength, is that all? An indifferent voice drifted out at the same time. Xiao Feng's body trembled. He quietly turned around. The one standing in front of him was Lin Ling. Lin Ling was fine. He was actually fine after being hit by the storm with all his power of law. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to ignore you. I just didn't want to waste time. But you pestered me for this battle, so I will accompany you. But you have disappointed me. Lin Ling sighed softly but he didn't make a move. Instead he walked past Xiao Feng. His golden eyes glanced at Xiao Feng, causing Xiao Feng's entire body, heart, and even blood to tremble. Tianzi. This was the might of the Son of Heaven. It wasn't until Lin Ling walked past him that he asked with bloodshot eyes, "Why didn't you attack me?" "Because you're no match for me," Lin Ling said without even looking at him. His words were calm, but they were filled with boundless dominance and confidence. "You're not my match?" The endless echoes were like thunder, causing everyone's hearts to explode. They couldn't believe their eyes. However, they looked at Xiao Feng with anticipation. They thought that Xiao Feng wouldn't give up so easily. However, they were surprised. Xiao Feng stood there trembling and didn't dare to move. He seemed to have lost the will to fight. No one had expected this result, because Xiao Feng had stepped out. They all thought that Xiao Feng would win, and at the very least he would fight 300 rounds with Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling only said a few words and Xiao Feng was defeated. It was no wonder that Lin Ling chose to ignore him because the facts had proven that Xiao Feng was too weak. His full strength attack couldn't affect Lin Ling at all. On the other hand, Lin Ling only said a few words and a glance, and Xiao Feng didn't dare to fight anymore. How could this be? Princess Huixia looked at Xiaofeng, and then at the young man who looked like an emperor. Her lips turned pale. Lin Ling was a passerby in Sky Cloud Forest. No one had heard of him. Xiaofeng had joined the Purple Alliance and followed the Dark Knight Angel. His strength had greatly increased and his name had shaken the world. But now, a passerby had defeated Xiaofeng with just a few words. This is impossible. Princess Huixia's faith crumbled once again. Lin Ling, even if he had hidden himself from the world for a year, his pride still existed. He was still someone that she, Princess Huixia, had to look up to. Rumble. At this time, the Dragon Turtle battleship finally arrived at Earthly Paradise. A large number of experts walked down and followed Lin Ling into the crowd. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. The giants of the mortal world looked at Lin Ling. The geniuses and experts of the mortal world looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling's eyes were extremely calm. Finally, he spat out a few words, reward based on merit? This voice was full of sarcasm. How dare you? Mad God Lin Ling. You colluded with the devil race and dared to come to the most sacred place in the mortal world. Finally, someone shouted angrily. It was an old man from the ancient Ji family. Colluding with the devil race and helping the devil race to open the void enchantment in Sky Cloud Forest. Lin Ling, you have committed a heinous crime. If I were you, I would immediately kill myself to atone for my sins. Another voice sounded, impeaching Lin Ling. Men kill him. Gradually, voices filled with murderous intent rose one after another. Countless voices sounded, but Lin Ling was like an immovable king. He did not speak or refute. Instead, the sarcastic smile on his face deepened. As for those who came with Lin Ling, they all looked at Lin Ling in silence. These people have all committed the crime of colluding with the devil race. However, this is ultimately a side of the story. After all, they also helped the Deacon Palace in the mortal world in the past. Therefore, I think that some things should be investigated first. That's right. Rashly convicting them will chill everyone's hearts. On the side of the 7 emperors, someone spoke up for Lin Ling. Colluding with the devil race, kill without mercy. However, on the side of the Sky Master, an expert immediately retorted. Let's see who dares to kill him. Emperor Yu stood up angrily and looked coldly at the side of the Sky Master. It seemed that if there was a disagreement, a big fight would break out. The crowd looked at the confrontation between the giants of the mortal world and was shocked. They did not expect that today, for Lin Ling alone, the Deacon Palace of the mortal world would be stirred up. Enough. However, at this moment, a cold voice finally sounded. The Sky Master stood up and swept his gaze across the crowd. The devil race is invading. The mortal world should be united instead of fighting among ourselves. Otherwise, the devil race will take advantage of us. Therefore, we must put down all our selfishness. For the people, for the pride of the human race, we must fight side by side. His voice was sonorous and powerful, and it was filled with righteousness. Many people fell silent. As for those who colluded with the devil race, they deserve to die. Today they can collude with the devil race, tomorrow they can betray the entire mortal world. Such scum and vermin should be eradicated. Sky Master, you are right. Scum and vermin should be eradicated. However, how can you be sure that they colluded with the devil race? If I think so, then I naturally have evidence. However, there are too many people who colluded with the devil race, so I will not list them one by one. Let's start with Mad God Lin Ling Yin Yeming, 3rd Dragon Ancestor, come out. The Sky Master said indifferently. This made the people of the 7 emperors heaven frown. Could it be that the Sky Master really had evidence? I am Yin Yeming. I made an agreement with Lin Ling in the Sky Cloud Forest. In order to get the devil race's reward, I helped the devil race open the void barrier. However, I regretted it after that. After all, the mortal world is the place where I was born and raised. Therefore, I will surrender to the Deacon Palace of the mortal world. I am 3rd Dragon Ancestor. I am also one of the people who colluded with the devil race. If the Dark Angel did not interrupt us, I am afraid that we will continue to make mistakes. Chapter 1912. Witness and material evidence. Is this true? Lin Ling colluded with the devil race with them? Hearing their words, many people began to discuss. They found it hard to believe. The Purple Alliance can testify to this. Yan Yeming said indifferently. This is indeed the case. Someone helped the devil race and tried to open the void barrier. That person was with Yan Yeming and the others, and the night angel defeated them and sealed the void barrier. After a moment of silence, many people in the Purple Alliance also spoke. This matter was obvious to all, so no one could lie. Could it be that Lin Ling really colluded with the devil race? On the side of the 7 emperors, everyone's faces turned ugly. The situation was extremely unfavorable for Lin Ling. As for the people in the Purple Alliance, they all looked at Lin Ling. They were also puzzled. Could it be that Mad God Lin Ling was that ruthless archer? Mad God Lin Ling, what else do you have to say now? Sigh, I've already turned over a new leaf. Why are you still so stubborn? Yan Yeming and the 3rd dragon ancestor looked at Lin Ling, as if they were Lin Ling's good friends, and advised him. Seeing this, everyone was even more certain. As for Xian Di, who was behind Lin Ling, their faces became even more serious. Because if Lin Ling was convicted, it also meant that none of them were wronged. It's not like that. Mad God Lin Ling did not collude with the devil race. At this time a voice floated out. It was Lu Susu. I heard that Lu Susu and Lin Ling are very close. Could it be that in order to help Lin Ling, Lu Susu, you are lying through your teeth? The crowd immediately spoke. Lu Susu still wanted to explain, but no one believed her. The night angel sealed the devil race's barrier. His words have the most weight. Why don't we ask him? Someone else said. Countless eyes looked at the demon-masked youth, and the people in the Purple Alliance revealed looks of admiration. Night Angel, you have made a great contribution. It's best for you to say it. The Lord of the Sky also stood up and bowed to the Angel of the Night, shocking countless people. As expected of the Sky Lord. He actually put down his pride and bowed to a junior. This is the Sky Lord. He is respected and approachable. I think he can become an existence that surpasses the 3 great myths. Yes, I think so too. Someone suddenly shouted, causing the entire heavenly earth to cheer. Sky Lord of the Sky Lord, what a good method. The Sky Lords to the 7 gods to hell 9 myths war. This undoubtedly to the Sky Lord God to heaven. This Sky Lord had made a great contribution to the human realm. And this was obviously the Sky Lord's goal. He had long wanted to become an existence that surpassed the 3 great mythological legends, surpassing the 7 emperors. Sky Lord, you are too generous. I am flattered. Under countless gazes, the Angel of the Night said with a smile. The Sky Lord waved his hand and bowed again. At this moment I am not the Sky Lord, but the representative of all living beings in the world. You sealed the void barrier, so I salute you on behalf of all living beings in the world. No matter who you are, as long as you can help the entire human world, not only will I salute you, even if you want my life I will not hesitate. Many people admired the Sky Lord even more after hearing these words. Among everyone, only Lin Ling looked calm, but his eyes were full of sarcasm. He was good at acting, and his acting was very good. Previously, Yan Yeming and the other person said that Mad God Lin Ling colluded with the devil race. Now, I can also prove that Mad God Lin Ling colluded with the devil race. Sky Lord, you will not accuse him unjustly. Those who colluded with the devil race deserve to be punished. The Night Angel finally spoke, and the spearhead was pointed at Lin Ling. As soon as his words fell, the heavenly world was in an uproar. I didn't expect that Lin Ling really colluded with the devil race. To think that I used to admire him. Who would have thought that he would do such a disgraceful thing for his own benefit? In my opinion, those experts who are as ugly as Lin Ling should all be executed. A large number of angry voices floated out. If Yan Yeming's words were still doubtful, then no one doubted the Night Angel's words. Is he going to die? What a pity, after all. He is one of the geniuses of the human realm. He only has himself to blame. On the other side, the son of Huang and the top expert Xian Di said lightly. Except for Emperor Xiaoyao, no one sympathized with Lin Ling, and Emperor Xiaoyao was not sympathizing with Lin Ling. He just felt that his nourishment was about to disappear. What should we do? Should we save him? On the side of the 7 emperors, Emperor Yu's face was extremely solemn. He wanted to save Lin Ling, but he also knew that at this moment, those lords were also staring at this place, so they could not do anything at all. Mad God Lin Ling, don't you have anything to say? Hearing that everyone wanted Lin Ling to die, the Sky Lord finally laughed. The plan this time was perfect. Not only could he kill Lin Ling, but he could also kill a large number of experts who were against him, and Lin Ling was just the fuse. What was surprising was that Lin Ling did not seem to know that he was in danger. Instead, he took out a wine and slowly took a sip. His calm appearance shocked many people, as expected of the mad god. If he had not committed such a great crime with such courage, he would have extraordinary achievements in the future. Have you said enough? If you've said enough, then shut up. After drinking a mouthful of the wine, Lin Ling finally raised his head and looked at the crowd fearlessly. It was as if he had drunk a mouthful of magma. The crowd was silent. They never thought that Lin Ling would still be so arrogant when facing death. Even the Dark Angel's eyes flickered. This was the first time he saw Lin Ling, and he did not expect this ant-like person to be so arrogant. Sky Lord, as expected of a big shot in the mortal world. In order to become an expert above the 3 great myths, you have spent a lot of effort. Lin Ling looked at the Sky Lord and said, "Fame and fortune are just a pile of dirt. I don't care about it. My heart contains the people of the world." The Sky Lord replied, "Very good. I'm very touched. I'll remember what you said before. As long as you can help the entire mortal world, not only will you bow, but you'll even give up your life. Don't be too full of yourself. Be careful that you won't be able to back up your words." Lin Ling sneered. He looked at the Night Angel and said, "Have you seen me?" The Dark Angel stared at Lin Ling indifferently and shook his head. "You should be in the Sky Cloud Forest. Unfortunately, there are too many CND there. You are not strong enough, so I have not seen you before." His words were arrogant, and many people nodded in agreement. Lin Ling was in the Sky Cloud Forest, and no one had seen him before. He must be a passerby. He had the nerve to ask the Dark Angel if he had seen him before. He was simply overestimating himself. "Very good." Lin Ling nodded. At this time, a powerful expert shouted angrily, "Are you done with your nonsense? You can die now." Chapter 1913. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios, you know me? Let him speak. The Sky Master waved his hand. He wanted everyone to respect him wholeheartedly, so he wasn't in a hurry to kill Lin Ling. Moreover, Lin Ling couldn't cause any big waves. "You said that I colluded with the devil race, and there are witnesses and evidence. However, the Night Angel said that he has never seen me and doesn't know what the so-called evidence is. And Yin Yeming, you said that you formed an alliance with me and reached an agreement with the devil race, but this seems to be your first time seeing me. You don't know anything about me. Yet you jump to conclusions. Is this the evidence?" When Lin Ling didn't speak, everyone thought that he had confessed, but once he spoke, his words came out like a cannonball. For a moment, everyone looked at Yin Yeming and Yin Yeming, wanting to see how they would answer because they were witnesses. Yin Yeming and the others didn't expect Lin Ling to refute before he died. They were stunned for a moment. Then they laughed loudly. "Lin Ling, are you still trying to shirk the crime? Have you forgotten what you said when you formed an alliance with us? Let me tell you, you better confess now. Perhaps on account of you being a genius of the human world, the lords might spare your life. So you're very familiar with me and I seem to be a passerby. So I'm much weaker than you, is that right?" Lin Ling said. Yin Yeming and the others' eyes flickered because it was their first time seeing Lin Ling, and they didn't know Lin Ling at all. They immediately nodded. "So I'm the weakest in our alliance?" Lin Ling took a step forward and asked again. "Nonsense." Yin Yeming and Yin Yeming shouted at the same time. "Pa!" Lin Ling took a step forward, and the ancient god Empyrean rewarded him. Golden light shone as he punched out with a domineering fist. "Come. Let's see how familiar you are with me." Seeing that Lin Ling attacked, Yin Yeming and Yin Yeming's expressions changed drastically, and they exploded with terrifying power of laws to fight against Lin Ling. They didn't know what Lin Ling wanted to do, but Lin Ling's actions were simply courting death. Crazy. Lin Ling may be a genius of the human world, but how can he be a match for the second and third on the Central Earth list? Many people were shocked, and even the Sky Master was puzzled by Lin Ling's actions. Rumble. However, Even though Yin Yeming and Yi Shiwen had unleashed their ultimate techniques, the world-dominating fist was like a hot knife through butter. It actually shattered their power of law with one punch, causing the entire heavenly earth to shake. Countless people's expressions changed drastically. And Yin Yeming and Yeming and Yeming's Yeming and were. You guys are too weak. The ancient god emperor's Yeming. After all, the two of them weren't Lin Ling's match when they were in Sky Cloud Forest, let alone now that Lin Ling's strength had increased greatly. Boom! The golden protective light of the Emperor's Majesty enveloped Lin Ling, and Lin Ling moved to the third dragon ancestor and punched out. Crack! 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 Panic appeared in the third dragon ancestor's eyes as he retreated and shouted, Lin Ling, how dare you! You've all colluded with the demon race. Today, I'll enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Boom! Following Lin Ling's angry roar, the third dragon ancestor's body split open, and he exploded. As for the other person, Yin Yeming, his face turned pale. He flew towards the night angel and shouted, Save me! However, Lin Ling did not chase after him. He stopped in his tracks and stood there like an immovable wisdom king. The mocking smile on the corner of his mouth became even wider. Lin Ling, how dare you! Not only did you collude with the demon race, but you even dare to kill people in heaven and earth. Someone from the Sky Master's side immediately roared. They should know my strength since they formed an alliance with me. However, they said that I'm just a passerby. Don't you think they're slapping themselves in the face? There's only one possibility. They don't know me at all. Lin Ling was fearless and his words caused everyone's hearts to tremble. Yes, today's witnesses were Yin Yeming and Yeming. They had formed an alliance with Lin Ling, but they didn't seem to be familiar with Lin Ling's strength at all. Moreover, everyone realized that Lin Ling defeated two of the top three existences on the earth roll with one punch. With such terrifying strength, how could he be a nobody in heaven and earth forest? For a moment, heaven and earth was silent. The eyes of the Sky Master and the other experts also flickered. They seemed to have underestimated Lin Ling. Facts have proven that those were all lies. As for you, Night Angel, you said that I colluded with the demon race, so you should be familiar with me. Am I right? Lin Ling looked at the Night Angel, and the Night Angel frowned. It was naturally difficult for him to answer because this was the first time he met Lin Ling. Therefore, he wasn't familiar with Lin Ling. However, if he said that he wasn't familiar with Lin Ling, how could he prove that Lin Ling colluded with the demon race? What are you trying to say? The Night Angel frowned. As far as I know, the real Night Angel is the strongest expert in heaven and earth forest. Since you said that you're the Night Angel, you should be very strong. Lin Ling looked at the Night Angel and said, That's right. The Night Angel is the strongest expert in the Purple Alliance. This is obvious to everyone. There were many voices from the Purple Alliance. For them, the Night Angel was the strongest expert that they worshipped the most. Of course, if I can become the Night Angel, my strength must be the strongest. I'm the first on the Earth ranking. I can even fight with experts on the Earth ranking. Hearing the voices around him, the Night Angel immediately said. At this moment, he naturally couldn't be weak. You're indeed the Night Angel, the real flag of the Purple Alliance. Many people said. They worshipped the Night Angel even more. The Night Angel's eyes were filled with confidence. It seemed that there were more and more people who believed in him. Very powerful. I also admire the Night Angel. Even Lin Ling clapped his hands. The Night Angel was stunned for a moment. He said indifferently, Are you admitting your guilt? Of course not. However, I suspect that you're not the real Night Angel. Lin Ling said. Everyone was shocked. The Night Angel was a fake? But didn't he already get the recognition of the Sky Master? How could he be a fake? Everyone immediately looked at the Night Angel. They wanted to see the Night Angel's angry face because Lin Ling actually doubted him. However, under everyone's gaze, the Night Angel was stunned for a moment. Instead of being angry, he looked up to the sky and laughed. Haha, in order to get rid of your crime, Lin Ling, you're going against your conscience. His voice also floated out, causing many people's eyes to flicker. However, at this moment, Lin Ling also looked up to the sky and laughed out loud. Alright, since you are ranked first on the Central Earth leaderboard, then I would like to see how powerful the so-called Dark Angel is. However, let me warn you in advance. If you, the Dark Angel, are inferior to a passerby like me, then you have no right to be the Dark Angel. Boom! As soon as Lin Ling's words fell, everyone's hearts exploded. Chapter 1914. Dark Angel, please use your full strength. If you're not as good as me, then it means that what you said before was nonsense. So do you dare to fight? Lin Ling spat out another sentence, causing the crowd's eyes to tremble violently. Even the 7 emperors were not sure if Lin Ling could win. Only Lu Susu, the Crystal 7 Talents, and a few others were able to affirm Lin Ling's words. They laughed. No wonder Lin Ling didn't refute them earlier. It turned out that Lin Ling's intention was very simple. Fight, fight, fight. Dark Angel, defeat him. Mad God Lin Ling, boasting shamelessly. No one thought that Lin Ling could win. Many even thought that Lin Ling couldn't block a single attack. After all, the strength of the Dark Angel was obvious to everyone. End it. The Sky Lord nodded. He naturally didn't think that Lin Ling was a match for the son of the Divine Marquis Mansion. In his opinion, Lin Ling's actions were simply courting death. Alright, since you want to fight, I'll accompany you. The son of the Divine Marquis Mansion nodded. He didn't put Lin Ling in his eyes because if anyone could defeat him, then he wouldn't be qualified to be called a godly archer. It could be said that in the Sky Cloud Forest, the only thing he was afraid of was the true Dark Angel. Do you need me to give you a handicap? The son of the Divine Marquis Mansion walked forward with his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "There's no need for that. You're so thick-skinned. If you let me make a move, who knows what excuses you'll come up with next. Besides, with your strength, you don't have the qualifications to let me make a move." Lin Ling also slowly walked forward. His long black robe fluttered in the wind, and he looked indescribably spirited. Alright. The son of the Divine Marquis Mansion nodded and didn't intend to give him a handicap. Let me show you my talent. Swallow the heavens. With a roar, endless black light shot out like arrows. This was his innate skill. Divine Overlord swallowing the heavens. Combined with the 32 King's Arts, it could greatly increase the power of the laws. He pointed his finger, and the black light shot out like an arrow. Obviously, he didn't dare to use his bow here, but he could use his finger as an arrow. And this finger arrow had over 200 nomological laws. It was extremely powerful. As a result, he turned around and left. When the crowd saw how carefree he was, their hearts jumped. As expected of the Night Angel, he was still so powerful and confident. Rumble. The terrifying finger arrow shot towards Lin Ling, and even Wu Shang, who was in the 6th degree realm, couldn't block it. In an instant, it engulfed Lin Ling and formed a black light screen which changed the color of the sky. Following that, the ground split open and the heavenly earth and sky island seemed to have collapsed. Is he dead? Many people stared at the black light barrier with solemn expressions. They could see that the surface of the black light barrier had laws shooting out like tens of thousands of arrows. It was extremely shocking. Boom! However, at this moment, there was a roar and a sword light slashed out as if it could cut through the sky. World annihilation. Following that dazzling sword light, the black light barrier instantly shattered and melted like tofu. At the same time, a golden-haired, golden-eyed man holding an ancient sword walked out step by step. His imposing manner made many people in the Purple Alliance gasp. So familiar, so familiar. As for the son of the Divine Overlord Manor, he stopped in his tracks and his eyes widened. You can't compare to me in terms of playing. At this moment, Lin Ling held the peerless divine sword and stared at the son of the Divine Overlord Manor with a mocking gaze. You can't compare to me in terms of playing. Crazy. This sentence echoed in everyone's ears. Arrogant. Extremely arrogant. It's almost 200 nomological laws, and his talent is 2nd grade divine rank. The giants of the human realm gasped. When did Lin Ling's laws become so strong? As for the son of the Divine Overlord Manor, his expression was solemn. There was actually someone in the Central Earth ranking who could break his attack. You better use your arrow, don't put on an act. Otherwise, you can only be tortured by me. Lin Ling stepped forward. His imposing manner was not only filled with mockery, but also contempt. Of course, it was not because he was arrogant, But because he had already fought the son of the divine overlord manner, now that his fiend god overlord body had reached the peak, it could be said that his physical body was invincible, so it was not difficult to kill the son of the divine overlord manner. Moreover, the title of Angel of the Night was not something that anyone could achieve. I admit that I have underestimated you, the son of the divine overlord manner said, but his eyes flickered. As an archer he had to be careful. He was extremely arrogant before because he thought that Lin Ling was not his opponent, but now, he had to face the guy in front of him. Of course, what surprised him the most was that the guy in front of him gave him a very familiar feeling. Even if you think highly of me, you are still not my opponent. Take my sword, world-destroying flames. Lin Ling sneered. The sword in his hand spat out flames, as if a dragon was roaring. After reaching the 5th degree of Wusheng, the power of his fire law had increased greatly. You are qualified to be called the Angel of the Night when you are below my 2 second-grade divine rank talents? The sword passed through. The space law exploded, the fire law was dazzling. The two combined to destroy the world with flames. What? The son of the divine overlord manner was shocked because he had seen this sword before. It was from the real Angel of the Night. It's him. In the distance, Yin Yeming's face was pale. That terrifying sword almost took his life not long ago in the Sky Cloud Forest. He never thought that the Overlord youth was actually the Angel of the Night. Boom! His heart roared. The son of the divine Overlord Manor's heart exploded. They felt as if they were in a dream because the person they had casually bullied was actually the Angel of the Night that caused them to be in a nightmare. 10,000 arrows, 32 king arts. The son of the divine overlord manner no longer dared to underestimate Lin Ling because in the Earthboard, he was most afraid of Lin Ling. Rumble. The sword passed through, burning and cutting everything. The 10,000 arrows of the son of the divine overlord manner gathered the power of the 32 earthly kings. The law was extremely terrifying, but it barely blocked Lin Ling's sword. Even if it blocked it, the bones in his body were still cracking as they were injured by the sword's sealing aura. Go to hell. He continued to shoot arrows, each arrow was fatal. This is the Angel of the Night? However, his attack was undoubtedly extremely weak in front of Lin Ling. Lin Ling held his sword and moved forward. He swung his sword casually and cut down the black arrows of laws. He didn't even bother to block some of the arrows and allowed them to shoot towards him. However, they were blocked by the Emperor's protective aura. Just like that, Lin Ling walked forward step by step. Abuse. This was pure unadulterated abuse. Armageddon. Lin Ling occasionally slashed out a sword, but the son of the divine overlord manner could only block it pathetically. It was extremely embarrassing. You're really the Angel of the Night? Why are you so weak? Aren't you number 1 on the Earthboard? And I'm just a passerby. How can a passerby beat you? Angel of the Night, please use your full strength. Chapter 1915. I am the Night Angel. How could this be? The crowd stared at the scene with their mouths wide open, especially the members of the Purple Alliance. Their faces were ashen because the Night Angel was like a god of war in their hearts. But now this god of war was being abused by someone else? He's definitely not the Night Angel. Finally, someone said. That's right, the Night Angel is invincible. How could he be such a disgrace? More and more people voiced out. They were all fooled by the Sky Lord. As for the Sky Lord, his face was frozen. Previously, he promised Lin Ling to kill the son of the war god Ho Mansion because he thought that Lin Ling would die without a doubt. After all, no matter how talented Lin Ling was, it was impossible for him to reach the top of the Earth ranking. But now, he realized that Lin Ling's growth was beyond his imagination. Skylord, Ancient Ji family, Xinyuan clan. This is the Night Angel that you found? Come on, if you want to find someone, at least find someone decent. I won't even bother to kill such trash. Genesis. Following Lin Ling's domineering voice, a sword with more than 200 precept energy slashed out. Rumble. This sword was Genesis, telling the son of the divine Ho Mansion that in Lin Ling's world, he was the king, he was the Night Angel. The son of the divine Ho Mansion spat out a mouthful of blood. His arm was chopped off. But at the critical moment, a white king's chi soared into the sky, forming a white emperor storm that blocked the sword. This person was the son of the divine Ho Mansion. However, although the son of the divine Ho Mansion didn't die, it was obvious that he was no longer qualified to be the Night Angel. If you can't even beat me, how can you be the Night Angel? How can you accuse me of colluding with the demon race? Lin Ling said softly under everyone's gaze. But at this moment no one refuted him. He used his sword and his domineering aura to prove everything. His potential is so strong with 2 divine-level talents. This mad god Lin Ling didn't fall, he's rising rapidly. I really don't know how he cultivated in such a short period of time. He's already dominating the Earth ranking. Looks like we have to be careful. From afar, those peak-stage immortal emperors all had heavy expressions on their faces. Among them, there were a few who were part of the top 10 immortal emperors. But now they didn't dare to underestimate Lin Ling because Lin Ling's potential was too terrifying. At the same time, in the distance, an old man and a middle-aged man smiled faintly as they looked ahead. That's right. The invasion of the demon race and the great calamity of the mortal world. Many geniuses have grown up. Indeed. Today, not only did the 10 heroes of the immortal emperor realm emerge, a terrifying genius also emerged. It's a pity that little guy came to the Merit Hall not long ago in exchange for some useless treasures. After this is over, I'll have to remind him, especially the 3rd revolution elixir. He can't take it or he'll fall from heaven to hell. The 2 of them looked at the scene as if they were behind the scene. They were the strongest experts of the mortal world. Great, I didn't expect you to lie to us, almost causing us to slander so many people. You deserve to die. In the silence, a furious roar suddenly rang out. The Sky Lord stood up and waved his right hand, as if he controlled the power of the entire sky, sweeping towards Yin Yeming. That power was so terrifying that everyone present was shocked. Skylord, what are you doing? The 7 emperors shouted angrily, but it was too late. Under that terrifying power, Yin Yeming was annihilated and disappeared. This person lied to us, almost causing us to commit a big mistake, so how can we appease our anger if we don't kill him? The Sky Lord said righteously. At the same time, the Divine Marquis not far away also shouted coldly and slapped out fiercely, causing the wind and clouds to change color. The son of the Divine Marquis let out a cry of pain and was slapped to death. You lied to the mortal world, you deserve to die. After that, the Divine Marquis said indifferently. The crowd fell silent. How ruthless, they were supporting the other party just a moment ago, but in the blink of an eye, they killed him. The Sky Lord looked at Lin Ling, then looked at the Xiandi who were wronged and said, You've all been wronged, but I'll uphold justice for you. Upon hearing this, those immortal emperors all heaved a sigh of relief. They were truly wronged to the point where they had to fight back. Lin Ling's eyes were cold. As expected of an ambitious person, seeing that things had failed, he immediately put justice before family to protect his reputation. Lin Ling, you won't blame me, right? Sensing Lin Ling's gaze, the Sky Lord immediately said and explained himself. We were all deceived by them, so we treated you like this. If we offended you in any way, please forgive us. Of course, what I did was for the entire mortal world. That's right, we did it for the mortal world. We don't want a traitor to appear in the mortal world. The other giants of the mortal world also agreed, causing the crowd to fall silent. The Sky Lord and the others killed so quickly that no one could refute them. However, at this moment Lin Ling, who had been silent, finally spoke. I remember that you said before that as long as you help the mortal world, you'll have to pay your respects. Even if I ask for your life, you won't hesitate. Am I right? Of course, we were deceived by the son of the Divine Marquis, but I still put down my pride and paid my respects to him. So as long as it's helpful to the mortal world, a mere reputation is nothing. The Sky Lord nodded. That's good. Now, I want you to pay your respects to me. Lin Ling looked at the Sky Lord and said coldly. The other party's plan had failed and he wanted to escape unscathed. How could Lin Ling let him do as he wished? Everyone was stunned. What did Lin Ling mean? He wanted the Sky Lord to pay his respects to him? What do you mean? The Sky Lord frowned. Because I'm the real Night Angel. Lin Ling looked around and said calmly. The entire heavenly earth fell silent. Countless eyes stared at Lin Ling, wanting to know if Lin Ling was joking. However, they were obviously disappointed. However, many people suddenly thought that since Lin Ling could defeat the son of the divine marquis, he could naturally be the Night Angel. At this thought, everyone in the Purple Alliance became excited. Was Lin Ling the mad god, the cold-faced youth? They had always been curious about the identity of the Night Angel. Had it finally surfaced? You're the Night Angel? The Sky Lord's eyes narrowed. However, he soon realized that Lin Ling was trying to humiliate him by calling himself the Night Angel. That's right, that must be it. The Night Angel is the #1 on the Middle-earth list. Moreover, you can defeat all the experts on the Middle-earth list. If you're the Night Angel, then you should be invincible in this realm. Therefore, if you want to become the Night Angel, you need to fight 3 rounds. If you win, I'll pay my respects to you. Chapter 1916. Fighting the 3. Moreover, the Sky Master hated Lin Ling to the bone because Lin Ling had single-handedly disrupted his entire plan. In fact, if he had not acted decisively and killed Yan Yeming, he would not have had a good ending. Even so, the reputation he had painstakingly built up was now wavering. Of course, the reason was that he had underestimated Lin Ling. He thought that Lin Ling was an ant-like existence in the Sky Cloud Forest. Who would have thought that Lin Ling's strength would increase so quickly? The Dark Angel is the flag of the Purple Alliance. He controls many CND on the Earth ranking. He's also the key figure in the seal. Therefore, his identity can't be impersonated. At this time, a cold voice drifted out. Many people looked over and found that the speaker was the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother. Her words were obviously directed at Lin Ling. Hearing this, many people echoed. Although Lin Ling's strength was not bad, it didn't mean that he was the Dark Angel. Of course, many people in the Purple Alliance supported Lin Ling because they felt that Lin Ling was very similar to the Dark Angel in their impression. Yeah, the Dark Angel sealed the Devil Race's seal. He can't be impersonated. But someone did impersonate him before. Why didn't you say anything at that time? Lin Ling smiled and said sarcastically. His words made the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother's expression turn ugly. If the mad god Lin Ling is the Dark Angel, the Sky Lord will lose face. Because he casually found someone to impersonate Lin Ling, and slandered the real Dark Angel for colluding with the Devil Race. Such a person has the nerve to say that he's doing it for the common people. Emperor, you said with a smile. Many people realized that this was indeed sarcastic. But now Lin Ling isn't the Dark Angel. It can only be said that we misunderstood him. Therefore, the Sky Lord should apologize. After all, he's doing it for the common people. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother said expressionlessly. Her graceful face was now filled with coldness and arrogance. For the common people? Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. What a disgusting person. That's right, I'm doing it for the common people. Therefore, if you want to prove that you're the Dark Angel, then do you dare to fight? The Sky Lord also shouted coldly. At this moment there was no way out for him. Fight. Prove that you are a Dark Night Angel. Moreover, if you can sweep through the Central Earth Proclamation, you will be a genius comparable to Huang's child. The human realm's highest enforcer palace will definitely value you even more. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother. Jade Lake Heavenly Mother. Countless eyes looked at Lin Ling, wanting to know if he would choose to fight or not. The 7 emperors and the others frowned. They couldn't understand why the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother and the Sky Lord were forcing Lin Ling to fight. Was there something fishy? After all, Lin Ling was able to defeat the son of the Divine Marquis Mansion. His strength had already been acknowledged. Fine, then I choose to fight. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling finally nodded. Boom! Many people clenched their fists. Lin Ling, the mad god, had decided to fight. He wanted to challenge 3 experts of the Middle-earth list to prove that he was the Dark Angel. Lin Ling hadn't displayed his full strength before. Therefore, everyone wanted to see if the most dazzling genius of the mortal world could shock the mortal world again. I'm not that talented. Let me fight this battle. A burly old man walked out. He was Wusheng's stage 6. Presumably, his ranking on the Middle-earth list wasn't low. Then 2 more people walked out. One was a cold middle-aged man, and the other was an ordinary-looking woman. They seemed to be from the ancient Ji family and Xianyuan family. But what surprised people was that no one had seen these 3 people before. They didn't seem to be famous, and their cultivation realm wasn't higher than Yin Yeming's. How could they defeat Lin Ling? Haha. This is helping Lin Ling. With Lin Ling's strength, it shouldn't be difficult for him to defeat them. Lin Ling might be able to prove that he's the Dark Angel. Mad God Lin Ling. Go for it. Many people from the Purple Alliance were excited. Obviously, they had acknowledged that the Dark Angel was Lin Ling. Lin Ling's eyes flickered, and he walked out. Mad God Lin Ling. Please show mercy. Everything is for the sake of the world. Please forgive us if we offend you. The three of them looked at Lin Ling and bowed courteously. Of course, Lin Ling did not take their courteous words to heart. The three of them were just smiling tigers. Sure enough, after the three of them bowed politely, a cold light bloomed in the depths of their eyes. Dragon of Creation, insightful void. The woman from the Xinyuan clan drew a mysterious trajectory with her hands, and then she slapped out. The sound of a storm rang out, and Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. His soul power sensed the terrifying power of law sweeping over. In the next moment, a dragon wrapped around his body. Lin Ling felt that it was difficult for him to move, as if he was carrying huge shackles on his body. Confinement law. Lin Ling frowned. At the same time, the old man also shouted coldly, Emperor statue, inner demon. Terrifying power of faith gushed out, and the light of treasures shone brightly. Everything in the world turned into dust, and even the laws were frozen. The light of treasures was extremely mysterious and could break the opponent's power of law. So powerful. Wu Shang seems to be in the 6th stage, but their laws are unfathomable. Seeing this, many people gasped. Although the three people were unknown, they were obviously not pushovers. Great River Sword Burial. At the same time, the last person attacked. The Milky Way overflowed and rolled over, as if the Milky Way was hanging upside down in the sky. Moreover, one could vaguely see white bones rolling in the silver Milky Way. This was the Great River Burial. According to legend, in a remote area of the mortal realm, the dead were buried in rivers. When the dead were thrown into the water, all the power of the dead would be left behind for the descendants to enjoy. This sword was obviously incomparably terrifying as it slashed down fiercely. The power of law had reached more than 200. If the three of them were to fight one-on-one, none of them would be a match for Lin Ling. However, they cooperated extremely well, especially the woman who used the divine dragon's bloodline. Her power of insightful void wrapped tightly around Lin Ling, making it difficult for Lin Ling to move. What was certain was that if the three of them joined forces, even the son of the divine Marquis Manor would fall. No wonder they let the three of them fight. That kind of strength is probably enough to threaten Wu Shang's 7th stage. Emperor Li Shou said with a solemn expression. In the face of such a powerful attack, Lin Ling was clearly a little surprised. However, in the depths of his eyes, that wisp of fighting spirit also became more vigorous. Because after his strength increased greatly, he also wanted to see where his limit was. Come on. Boom. The golden might of the Son of Heaven erupted. Golden hair, golden eyes. That terrifying aura actually made some heavenly emperor powerhouses have the feeling of prostrating themselves in worship. Emperor's Mandate. This is the aura of an emperor's mandate. Chapter 1917. Despicable 3-inch second-grade divine realm emperor's aura? The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother frowned. Lin Ling's potential was beyond her imagination. Great Emperor Zhai Xing, invincible, dominating the world. Everyone heard an angry roar. Under countless gazes, the formless and colorless hollow void dragon was actually intimidated by Lin Ling's great emperor aura. Lin Ling reached out with one hand and grabbed the dragon's head in the void. His strength erupted, and he tore the dragon apart. You dare to call yourself a dragon in front of me? A terrifying aura burst out from Lin Ling's body. A dragon claw appeared, releasing 25 strands of strength. It tore apart the old man's power of faith. The old man's emperor god statue's heart devil law could break through the opponent's law, but Lin Ling used his physical strength to suppress the emperor god statue's heart devil. Bang! Following Lin Ling's footsteps, the old man's expression changed. What a powerful physical strength! Moreover, he felt a dense emperor's aura pressing down on him, as if he was dominating the world. Ding ding dang! The old man was so shocked that he took a step back. Seeing this, the crowd cheered. They didn't expect the great Emperor Zhaixing of the ancient era to still be so dazzling in the current era. It was as if he was telling the mortal world that their inheritance hadn't fallen yet. Linling, take my sword. At the same time, the silver river in the sky slashed down. Crashing sounds echoed endlessly. Staring at the majestic sword, Linling took out a peerless divine sword in his right hand. The sword breathed out flames as the fiend-god tyrant body's 100-dimensional space sliced around him. The sword's 100-dimensional space also bloomed as the two fused together. Fire come. What was even more terrifying was that after the space law reached its limit, Linling actually added the power of fire, causing the Yellow Springs flame to burn the world. This sword was even more terrifying than the one he used to defeat the divine Marquis Manor's son. This sword was also the most dazzling sword under the mortal world's giants. World creation law. It was said that there was an ancient grand sovereign who could not only destroy the world, but also create it. He could create the laws of heaven and earth, and create the order of the mortal world. What a terrifying sword strike, it's more than 200 laws. Moreover, 2 second-grade divine rank talents have completely fused together. This Linling is worthy of being called a genius of the mortal world. Wu Shang is in the 6th degree realm. Who else but him? The crowd stared fixedly at Linling, their hearts trembling. That sword was too sharp. Linling had once again shown everyone what a true genius was, and what it meant to fight above one's level. Boom! The sword slashed out like a beam of light. The water of the heavenly river was cut apart, and white bones splattered in all directions. Looking at the overwhelming scene, everyone was incomparably shocked, but they also felt that it was normal because Linling's talent was at the 2nd grade of the divine rank, and coupled with the large number of laws, who could stop him? We've won just like that. Linling is definitely the angel of the dark night. Even if he's not, the highest deacon palace of the mortal world will admit that he is, because his talent is too terrifying. Many big shots of the mortal world looked serious, as if they could see the emperor of the mortal world quietly rising, with an irresistible force, and no one could stop him. However, the reality was that no one could stop Linling's rise. Is he really the flag of the Purple Alliance? From afar, Princess Huixia looked at the blonde Linling, and she smiled bitterly. Beside her, Qiao Feng. The bitterness on his face was more intense than anyone else. At first he thought that Linling was a passerby, and he was the CND of the Purple Alliance. He followed the Angel of the Night and created miracles in the mortal world. These achievements made him especially proud, but now he knew that the person he wanted to surpass, and even trample under his feet, was actually the flag of the Purple Alliance. This caused his previous actions to be overestimating himself, like plucking the hair from the tiger's mouth. Then he couldn't help but look at Princess Huixia, and found that she was biting her lips tightly, with a complicated look in her eyes. Princess Huixia's feelings were complicated. She looked down on Linling, thinking that she could hold her head up high, but in fact Linling was the strong one above her husband, and her husband also had to look up to him. If Linling didn't lead the Purple Alliance, her so-called husband didn't have the right to be proud. Rumble! The sword slashed down, and the whole heavenly earth shook. However, just when everyone thought that Linling would win, in the billowing dust, a 7-colored light shot up to the sky, and 3 slender figures appeared again, walking side by side, which was a shocking sight. What? They haven't lost yet? This sudden change shocked the crowd. With the strength of those 3 people, how could they block Linling's sword? Linling's pupils constricted, and he said in disbelief, Wu Shang's 7th stage realm? He sensed that the 3 people had broken through at the critical moment, and their strength had increased greatly. Moreover, Linling guessed that the 3 people didn't break through by luck, but had been preparing for a long time. They chose to break through when they chose to fight with Linling. This also explained why the Sky Master asked them to fight. It turned out that he already had a plan. This also meant that the 3 of them had already stepped into the Earth rankings. Sky Master, you are too despicable. They are Wu Shang's 7th stage realm experts, and you actually let them fight with Linling. A terrifying aura swept out, and the people on the side of the 7 emperors naturally sensed it, and all of them shouted angrily. Despicable. Yes. As long as Lin Ling defeated all the experts on the Earth rankings, he could become the Dark Angel, but now you actually let the experts on the Earth rankings fight. This is against the rules. Yes. Moreover, those people are so old, and they have been cultivating for a longer time than Lin Ling. Is this battle fair? Yes. Many people from the Purple Alliance also spoke out. Lu Susu, Fire Spirit Princess, and the others gritted their teeth, and their beautiful eyes were filled with anger. They are experts on the Earth rankings, but I'm sorry that they broke through at the critical moment. Faced with everyone's anger, the Sky Master said indifferently, "That's right, breaking through during a battle isn't against the rules. It can only be said that the greater the pressure, the faster the increase in our strength. Yes. Now let's continue the battle. Although we broke through, we are still experts on the Earth rankings. Yes. Lin Ling, if you want to prove that you are the Dark Angel, then continue the battle." Yes. Under countless gazes, the three people changed their initial politeness, and at this moment, it was as if they were baring their fangs. Their murderous intent was also dense, and it made the experts on the side of the 7 emperors gnash their teeth, wanting to stop the battle. However, at this moment, a calm voice drifted out, "Let them fight." Yes. As soon as the voice fell, the 7 emperors' faces changed dramatically, because they realized that the person who spoke was the person behind the scenes of the martial pavilion. And that person was actually helping the Sky Master. However, with their temperament, how could they support the Sky Master? Everyone fell silent. Since that person had spoken, they naturally didn't dare to refute. After being stunned for a moment, the Sky Master immediately revealed a cold smile. He didn't expect that terrifying existence to support him. Chapter 1918. A sudden change. The Sky Lord was stunned for a moment, and then he sneered. He didn't expect that the terrible existence would support him. Unfortunately, no one saw that in the depths of heavenly earth, 2 figures stood quietly and looked ahead with a smile. The great tribulation of the human realm requires even more rising stars to hold up the sky of the human realm. Only with pressure can there be motivation. Facing 3 7th-level martial saints who possess a powerful source of power, Lin Ling does not know if he will be able to stimulate his potential. Yes. Even if he can't, the life and death battle will be of great benefit to him. But we have to be careful, don't let that little brat die. Yes. The 2 said with a smile. They naturally didn't want to help the Sky Lord, but just wanted to let Lin Ling experience the life and death battle. The purpose was to cultivate more strong people for the mortal realm. In the life of a martial artist, everyone had experienced life and death battles, but the more experience, the greater the benefits. Of course, this was a double-edged sword. After all, if they failed, the price was death. These guys. At this moment, Lin Ling's face was ugly. He didn't expect that those mysterious existences would support the Sky Lord, which made his pupils turn cold. Lin Ling, aren't you very arrogant? Let me see your strength, Great River Sword Burial. Yes. The 3 strong people who broke through the realm were in high spirits at this moment. Perhaps they knew from the beginning that there would be a scene in front of them, so they began to be humble and let Lin Ling bloom with dazzling light. Because only by flying high would it be more painful to fall down. Great Void Dragon. Yes. The other 2 also stepped forward leisurely, and at the same time they launched a powerful attack. Rumble. In the face of the 3 people's joint attack, Lin Ling kept retreating. Those powerful laws made him feel great pressure. If it wasn't for his strong physical body, he would have been torn into pieces. Haha, this is the Night Angel. We still have to treat him with respect. Don't hit him too hard. Yes. Maybe this Night Angel will learn from us and break through at the critical moment. Yes. So, I have to admit defeat. The 3 of them walked at a leisurely pace, talking as they walked, as if they were mocking Lin Ling. However, at this moment, a sword light that carried a domineering aura fiercely slashed over. Careful. The expressions of the 3 of them changed, and they were greatly shocked. After all, Lin Ling was actually able to counterattack when facing the joint forces of the 3 of them. Moreover, that sword strike caused them to feel even more pressure. How could they not be shocked? But they were after all Wushang's 7th stage realm top exponents, and with the 3 of them working together, they were finally able to block that strike. It could be imagined that if it was a one-on-one battle, Lin Ling would still be able to bring them pressure. The three of them have high cultivation levels, and they're even working together. How shameless! Many people saw that they were once again proudly walking forward, and one by one they immediately cursed. If it wasn't for that lord allowing Lin Ling to continue fighting, they would have already stopped this battle. Lin Ling, was that your full strength? Too weak. However, the three of them totally ignored the crowd's curses, and all of them unleashed their martial arts to suppress Lin Ling. Moreover, they apparently didn't want to defeat Lin Ling too quickly, so they were slowly toying with Lin Ling. On the other hand, the pressure on Lin Ling increased, and all the bones in his body seemed to be broken. However, the boiling battle intent in his eyes became even more intense. Mad God, Lin Ling, stop fighting. This isn't a fair battle. We all acknowledge you as the Dark Angel. Many people from the Purple Alliance shouted. This battle was a battle without any suspense, so there was no need to continue fighting. But in their eyes, Lin Ling was sent flying by the three people's powerful laws, and fell onto the ground, looking like he was seriously injured. But in just a moment Lin Ling stood up again. Boom! When they saw the golden-haired, golden-eyed youth, everyone's heart exploded. Never say defeat? Even if his ability was inferior, even if his body was smashed to pieces, Lin Ling still chose to continue fighting. This is what a cultivator of our generation should be like. The human realm powerhouses also muttered to themselves. At this moment, they secretly admired this rising star Lin Ling. If I admit defeat, then who will seek justice for them? And who can I complain to about the unfair treatment I received? Fight! Lin Ling's eyes were red, and the sword in his hand was gripped even tighter. For justice, for dignity. Because if he admitted defeat, then the Sky Lord would get away scot-free. The Sky Lord treated Lin Ling like an ant, a stepping stone. How could Lin Ling let him off so easily? Therefore, Lin Ling couldn't admit defeat. Black Tortoise's 9 steps. Lin Ling stepped forward, not retreating but advancing. With the ancient sword in hand, he intimidated the heavens and earth. Clang! The other three unleashed their ultimate techniques and blocked Lin Ling again, and they sneered repeatedly. If Lin Ling didn't admit defeat, then they would beat him until he admitted defeat. Moreover, if they angered Lin Ling and he refused to admit defeat, then they could kill him as well. Bang! 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 Under the joint attacks of the three, Lin Ling's body was blasted flying again and smashed into the ground. It seemed like he wasn't a match for the three of them at all. The crowd looked at the figure that was blasted flying, then looked at the blood that Lin Ling left on the ground, and they sighed in their hearts. What kind of willpower could support Lin Ling to continue fighting? As for the Sky Lord and the others, a wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of their mouths. Boom! However, right at this moment, a wisp of a terrifying aura erupted. The energy of the laws spiraled and skyrocketed, forming a pillar of light that shot into the sky, and it even shattered the clouds in the sky. Moreover, the surging energy of the laws was sensed by the entire mortal realm, as if a terrifying existence had been born in the heavens and earth. Countless gazes were fixed on the pillar of light, and everyone's expressions froze because the pillar of light came from Lin Ling. Most importantly, those strong practitioners had sensed that Lin Ling was in the first transition. One must know that Wu Shang was in the 5th stage and could undergo the first transition. If he succeeded, then he would have laid a solid foundation, and his future achievements would be even greater. Therefore, as long as one had great willpower, they would all choose the first transition. However, although the first transition seemed heaven-defying, in reality, if one failed, the price to pay would be absolutely terrifying. This fellow actually chose the first transition at this moment? Everyone laughed bitterly. This place was obviously not the best place for the first transition. After all, there were people who could interrupt Lin Ling at any time. At this moment, Lin Ling's heart was also filled with bitterness. At the moment of life and death, he had continuously unleashed his potential and fought with all his might. This had instead sped up the rotation of the void energy in his dantian, and finally formed the first transition. Third transition, Supreme Celestial Pill. You really know how to pick the right time. After laughing bitterly, Lin Ling sat down cross-legged and stabilized his state of mind. At this moment the outside world was still in shock, and the crowd was discussing fervently. Mad God Lin Ling, he has 2 God grade talents, and both of them are of the 2nd grade. This allows him to easily fight against those of a higher level, and now he actually wants to undergo the first transition. If he succeeds in the first transition, the number of his laws will be even greater. Coupled with his talents TSK, I'm afraid that even Wu Shang in the 6th stage would not be his match. Such a genius can be said to be the number 1 person in the mortal realm. Chapter 1919. Third transformation shocking the world. As for the 7 emperors, they were also surprised. Then they clenched their fists excitedly as if they were watching a dazzling star slowly rising into the sky. On the contrary, in the depths of heavenly earth, the 2 most terrifying existences were not too surprised, but they nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Under the pressure, he actually completed the first transformation. Such a talented person is indeed worthy of the attention of the entire mortal realm. One of them said, and the other old man also smiled and nodded. But he has to complete the first transformation, otherwise all his efforts will be in vain. But at this moment, there was a sudden change in heavenly earth. Rumble! The skyrocketing light pillar of the law became huge, and the 7-colored light illuminated the world. What? He actually completed the 2nd transformation. Staring at this scene, everyone stood up, and the shock on their faces was not hidden at all. This was the first time they saw a junior cultivating like this. First, he completed the first transformation, and then he completed the 2nd transformation. That momentum was like a hot knife through butter. The 2nd transformation could increase the power of the law by 20. Moreover, after stepping into Wu Shang's 6th stage, every time the power source in his dantian increased by 1 stage, it would increase the power of the law by 5. For ordinary Wu Shang's 6th stage, they could only increase it by 2. This also meant that as long as Lin Ling stepped into Wu Shang's 6th stage, he would be able to threaten Wu Shang's 8th stage. Looking at Lin Ling shining again, the Sky Lord felt disgusted as if he had swallowed a fly. Why was it like this? He knew very well that even if Lin Ling only had ordinary talent, but if he completed the 2nd transformation, Lin Ling would be an absolute genius of the mortal realm, and would be valued by the ancient giants of the mortal realm. Moreover, Lin Ling's talent was not ordinary. Good. Over at the 7 emperors' side, everyone laughed even louder. Lin Ling had given them a big surprise today. He could be called an absolute genius. Dark Angel, absolute genius. Cheers! The Purple Alliance was also cheering. As for the 3 opponents of Lin Ling, they were simply ignored at this moment. However, was Lin Ling merely a peerless genius? While everyone was cheering, the pillar of light that soared into the sky became even larger. There were flames and spatial laws roaring, as if a dragon was flying in the sky. The terrifying aura of the laws actually caused the entire human world to churn. Within the 3 profound of the human realm, countless people raised their heads. They saw that in the distance, there was a terrifying pressure approaching. Moreover, the law light pillars were extremely dazzling. They did not know what had happened, but they were certain that a powerhouse had been born in the mortal realm. Rumble! Compared to their surprise, heavenly world was dead silent. Because Lin Ling was at the 3rd rank. In the current era, no one had ever completed the 3rd revolution. This was because the further one progressed, the more difficult it would be to complete the 3rd revolution. The difficulty would increase by several times. Moreover, if one failed, they would disappear from the world forever. Therefore, even if there were geniuses who could go through the 3rd transition, no one would choose to do so. Evildoer! The same thought rose in everyone's mind. As for the 2 lords in the depths, their expressions changed drastically. They were shocked for a full 30 minutes before they let out hearty laughter. Good. This is great. Our human race has produced another powerhouse. This child can be called the son of desolation. How many years has it been? No one in the mortal realm has completed the 3rd transition. He's the first. How can it be the 3rd transition? Oh right, not long ago, that little guy exchanged for a 3rd revolution supreme immortal pill in the merit hall. Could it be because of this pill? Isn't that a useless pill? How did he succeed? What a little freak. The 2 lords were initially pleasantly surprised, then surprised and finally shocked. Now they were terrified. The mortal realm is facing a great calamity. Geniuses are extremely important. This child must be protected at all costs. Who knows, he might be able to save the entire mortal realm. In the end, the Lord from the martial pavilion said word by word with a hint of excitement in his words. That's right. The old man immediately nodded. At this moment while they were talking, everyone was shocked by Lin Ling's third transition. After the Sky Lord's expression changed drastically, a voice came out of his mouth, secretly reminding the three of them. Interrupt him. There was no doubt that if Lin Ling succeeded in the end, there would be no place for him, the Sky Lord, to stay in the mortal realm. Therefore he had to destroy this genius at all costs. Attack. The three of them also knew that time was of the essence. Their expressions became fierce as they activated their terrifying law martial arts. The three of them attacked too quickly. The others were still shocked by Lin Ling's third transition, so no one reacted. Only the Sky Lord kept shouting secretly, "Quick, interrupt him. You must interrupt him and make him a cripple from now on." He knew very well that although Lin Ling was dazzling now, if he became a cripple, then the Deacon Hall of the mortal realm would definitely abandon Lin Ling. Boom! 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 3 surging laws landed on Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling, who was in the light pillar of laws, to spit out a mouthful of blood. After all, the process of the third transition was the most important, and it could not be easily interrupted by others. However, Lin Ling soon realized that after the 3 laws surged into him, the void energy source in his dantian spun even faster, as if it had joined a new force during the third transition. How dare you! At this moment the people on the 7 Emperors' side reacted. They all roared furiously and attacked at the same time. However, just as they were about to attack, a cold voice suddenly sounded. "Leave them to me." Boom! As soon as this voice sounded, everyone's hearts exploded. They looked around and saw that the light pillar of laws began to dim, and a slender figure slowly walked out. It was Lin Ling. "Thank you for your strength. Otherwise, I would have needed a lot more time to complete the third transition." The cold voice floated out at the same time, causing many people to tremble in fear. In their eyes, a large amount of laws floated around Lin Ling, and the void energy source was extremely huge. This meant that Lin Ling had successfully completed the third transition. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. Previously, when you fought with me, you all broke through at the critical moment. However, every dog has its day. Now it's my turn to break through. Lin Ling looked at the 3 people. With just a glance, their faces turned pale. Although Lin Ling had only glanced at them, they felt as if they were being stared at by a big shot of the human world. Plop! The old man among them was so frightened that he fell to the ground directly. The Lin Ling from before was already very scary. What about the Lin Ling after the third transition? His strength was definitely unimaginable. At the same time, the Sky Lord's face also turned pale. Lin Ling had finally succeeded. He knew that trouble had come for him. Smack! Lin Ling took a step forward and walked toward the 3 people. His long hair and black robe danced wildly. At this moment it was as if he had been reborn. He was full of energy, as if he was an undefeatable god of war. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. "Have you been arrogant enough? Now do you dare to fight?" A thunderous voice came from Lin Ling's mouth. It shocked the old man so much that he spat out blood and immediately lost the ability to fight. A third transition martial artist is indeed very strong. Chapter 1920. The Ancient Giants. Since things have come to this, attack. The remaining 2 people's expressions changed drastically as they unleashed their powerful laws. They knew that there was no way out now. Sword come! Lin Ling roared angrily as he held his sword with both hands. The sword light was like a pillar as he slashed down like an axe. 250 dimensions. Rumble! A beautiful world appeared, forming a dazzling sword that attracted the attention of countless people. In the hearts of many people, other than the martial god realm, there were only the ghost realm, devil realm, and mortal realm left in this world. However, Lin Ling now told them that there were many other realms outside, because his sword had already reached another realm, and made 250 realms appear. Pop pop pop. Under the sword, the 2 people's combined laws instantly disintegrated. The sword in the man's hand instantly broke apart, and he saw a sword slashing towards him. No! He roared angrily. He had never expected that the third transformation Lin Ling would be so powerful. Unfortunately, he was killed just as his voice fell. A 7th-stage realm Wusheng had fallen, and the person who killed him was only a 5th-stage realm Wusheng. All of this was like a dream. Slap. Lin Ling took another step forward. The woman from the Xianyuan clan, who was the only one left, turned pale as well. I admit defeat, the woman hurriedly said. Ha. Lin Ling laughed. However, his laughter was very cold. Too late. He slashed out with his sword. Fast, incomparably fast, that was the speed of space. Swoosh. A sword mark appeared on the woman's neck. She pointed at Lin Ling and wanted to say something, but nothing came out. She then covered her face and collapsed. She thought that if she admitted defeat, Lin Ling would not kill her. However, she had forgotten that when Lin Ling had completed his third transformation, she had hit him when he was down, so how could Lin Ling leave her alive? You're the only one left. Do you want to admit defeat or continue? Lin Ling stepped forward again as if he was a king. He looked down at the old man sitting on the ground, and the old man had a bitter smile on his face. They had agreed to fight on behalf of the Sky Lord, and they also believed that they would win this battle without a doubt. No matter how monstrous Lin Ling was, he was only number 1 on the Central Earth rankings. However, he had underestimated Lin Ling. Lin Ling's monstrous talent was even more terrifying than he had imagined. I admit defeat. The old man smiled bitterly. Kill yourself. Lin Ling turned and left. The old man glanced at Celestial World and realized that no one was speaking up for him. Even the Sky Lord was silent. Clearly, he had been abandoned. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have fought. The old man spat out a sentence, and in the end, he turned into dust and disappeared, becoming the cannon fodder of the Sky Lord and the other experts. However, at this moment no one paid any attention to him. All eyes were on Lin Ling. Lin Ling had shocked the world with his third revolution. Dark Angel, Dark Angel, Dark Angel. After a moment of silence, the crowd burst into thunderous cheers. Wonderful, very wonderful. Today's reward ceremony had become the stage for the Dark Angel to prove himself. And now, who dared to question Lin Ling? The Sky Lord's side was silent. Their eyes flickered with shock, anger, and unwillingness. They never thought that because of Lin Ling, all their efforts would go down the drain. Jade Lake Heavenly Mother. May I ask who is the Dark Angel? At this moment, Lin Ling finally stopped and looked indifferently at the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother. His aura was neither arrogant nor humble. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother looked deeply at Lin Ling. She never thought that Lin Ling would succeed in his third revolution and create the first miracle in the human world. Now she had no right to deny it. Sorry, I was blind. I didn't know that you were the Dark Angel. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother opened her mouth and admitted it, causing the cheers to surge like waves. Lin Ling, you are the Dark Angel. You sealed the Void Enchantment and led the Purple Alliance to create miracles. You have greatly raised the prestige of the human world. I salute you here. The Sky Lord was worthy of being an ambitious and ruthless character. He walked out and bowed respectfully in front of Lin Ling. Haha. Isn't this one of the 3 great legends of the human world? He actually saluted a junior, how rare. He did it for the common people of the world. Don't laugh at him. Skylord, come, salute Lin Ling again. Seeing this, the crowd burst into laughter. The Skylord's body trembled in anger, but he still forced a smile. Today was supposed to be the day he became a giant of the human world. But now, he had become the target of ridicule. Lin Ling looked indifferently at the Sky Lord. This guy knows when to yield and when to stand tall. His shrewdness is beyond imagination. Lin Ling, it was my fault before. I hope you can forgive my mistake on account of my consideration for the human world. Of course, if you are still dissatisfied, I can salute and apologize to you again. The Sky Lord said again with an apologetic smile on his face. How thick-skinned. Lin Ling smiled disdainfully and turned to leave, as if he didn't want to stay here any longer. The Sky Lord looked at Lin Ling with a smile, but in his heart, he hated Lin Ling to the bone. He also knew that Lin Ling also wanted to kill him. Fortunately, he was still a giant of the human world. So even if Lin Ling hated him, Lin Ling couldn't do anything to him. At most he would make him lose face. On the contrary, after today, He must kill Lin Ling. Lin Ling, where are you going? But at this moment an indifferent voice sounded. Two figures stepped on the clouds and appeared before everyone's eyes. These two people's strength was unfathomable. They floated in the sky like great laws. Countless people stared at these two people, and their expressions changed drastically. These two people were terrifying existences born in the ancient era. One was the person behind the Martial Pavilion, Martial Got Tianyu. The other was the guardian of the Merit Hall, also known as the guardian of the human world. If it weren't for the human world's great calamity, these two ancient existences wouldn't have appeared before everyone's eyes. But the two of them had appeared. Obviously, they were attracted by Lin Ling's monstrous talent. Haha, 2 divine level talents, 3 void energy source. Good, very good. From now on you Lin Ling are the son of desolation. Martial Gatian, you looked at Lin Ling and smiled. The human world will value you greatly. We will give you sufficient protection in the name of the human race. The guardian of the human world also smiled. He didn't expect to see the birth of a peerless genius today. Boom! With these words the heavenly world was shocked. Lin Ling had become the son of desolation? This was a great honor. In the distance, Prince Xiao Yao and the others had ugly expressions. Lin Ling was now on the same level as them. As for the Sky Lord, he was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Today was his stage, but now it was Lin Ling's stage. For this, the ancient giants of the human world also came out. Good, this is great. The people on the side of the 7 emperors were extremely excited. Finally, a son of desolation was born in their 7 emperors' world. Thank you, but I'm not interested in the son of desolation. Chapter 1921. Ask the World. At this moment, the 2 ancient giants were shocked. Son of Desolation, that was the title that countless warriors yearned for the most. Not only was it worshipped by others, but it would also allow one to obtain many cultivation resources from the mortal world. However, Lin Ling had actually refused. Moreover, from now on, I will no longer care about the matters of the mortal world. Lin Ling's expression was as calm as an ancient well. The 2 ancient giants' expressions changed drastically. They were optimistic about Lin Ling because in the future, Lin Ling would certainly be able to help the mortal world. However, Lin Ling would no longer interfere with the matters of the mortal world. Why? The 2 immediately said at the same time. Lin Ling's talent was so terrifying that they certainly didn't want to miss such a good seedling. Lin Ling finally stopped after hearing their words. He looked at the 2 ancient giants and said calmly, 2 seniors, may I ask if the mortal world's highest deacon palace has given me any help when I, Lin Ling, grew up step by step? Of course, 2 seniors don't need to mention merit points because those merit points were obtained through my own hard work. According to what you said, there was no such thing. Hearing this, the 2 nodded. The crowd's eyes flickered. Although merit points could be exchanged for many treasures, those were exchanged with the lives of warriors. Therefore, the mortal world's highest deacon palace didn't give Lin Ling any additional rewards. I sealed a large number of barriers in the true martial world to delay the invasion of the devil race. At the same time, when the devil race invaded, I informed the mortal world in advance so that the mortal world had more time to prepare. May I ask if I owe the mortal world's highest deacon palace? Lin Ling said again. The 2 ancient giants' expressions changed. Lin Ling had actually done so much. However, they didn't know about these past events. If Lin Ling hadn't sealed the true martial world's barriers, the devil race would have invaded long ago. Moreover, if Lin Ling hadn't informed the mortal world and let them know the approximate time of the devil race's invasion, the mortal world would have been unable to fight back. Therefore, Lin Ling did not owe anything to the mortal world's highest deacon hall. On the contrary, they owed Lin Ling. Since my strength was increased by myself, moreover I have made contributions time and time again, why do I have to become Huang's child? Why do you want to work for the Supreme Executive Hall of the mortal world? Lin Ling stared straight at the 2 ancient hegemons, causing them to smile bitterly. Lin Ling really didn't have this obligation. We admit that we have neglected you in the past, but in the future, the mortal world will surely respect you. Martial Gatian shook his head. There's no need to talk about the future. Let's talk about the present. I'm a dark angel. I led the Purple Alliance to seal the Sky Cloud Forest. I was even taken to the demon region by the demon race and almost died there. I worked hard for the mortal world and even sacrificed my life. However, when I came back, I didn't make any contributions. Instead, my identity as a dark angel was replaced by someone else. I even became a person who colluded with the demon race. Lin Ling said word by word. Boom! The two ancient hegemons' expressions changed drastically. The experts of Heavenly Earth were also stunned. Yes, Lin Ling was a meritorious person. He had helped the Supreme Executive Hall of the mortal world many times, but how did the mortal world treat him? Moreover, I colluded with the demon race because of a word from some experts. If it were you, would you be loyal to the Supreme Executive Hall of the mortal world? Lin Ling said again. The two ancient hegemons fell silent, unable to speak. They also worked hard for the mortal world when the demon race invaded. However, when they came back, they were all thrown into prison and were wronged. Who spoke for them? I don't think so. Everyone is talking about their merits and showing off their pride. But I want to ask them, where did the merits come from? Lin Ling looked at the entire heavenly earth. No one dared to look him in the eyes. And his words shook everyone's hearts. Those Xiandi who came with Lin Ling clenched their fists in excitement, and their eyes were wet. Who spoke for them? No, apart from Lin Ling, there was no one else. If it weren't for Lin Ling, they would have died for nothing. So now you know the answer. Lin Ling said softly, before he turned around and left. The two ancient hegemons were astounded. They did not expect Lin Ling to have done so much. Suddenly, they bowed to Lin Ling. It's our fault. Boom! Everyone was moved when they saw this scene. Even Lin Ling was surprised. He did not expect such powerful ancient hegemons to bow and apologize to him. He finally came to a stop. I'm sorry. Our attention is only on the entire mortal world. We have neglected those who have contributed to the mortal world. Martial God Tianyue said respectfully to Lin Ling. Lin Ling had contributed a lot to the mortal world. But the mortal world wanted to kill him. It was his fault. Of course, if he was in Lin Ling's shoes, he would feel the same way. Moreover, not only did Lin Ling speak up for himself, he also spoke up for those who had been wronged. His heart was pure and innocent. Humans are selfish. They only care about themselves. They don't remember those who protect them. The mortal world is also being toyed with by despicable people. It's so dirty. Who would work for the Deacon Hall of the mortal world? Lin Ling let out a sigh. He thought of Shang Qianjun, Li Xiaoyao, and the warriors who had fought for the mortal world in the past. He felt injustice for them. Thousands of years had passed, and no one remembered them. No one knew who had fought for their peaceful homeland. The two ancient hegemons shuddered when they heard Lin Ling's sigh. They had a vague feeling that the person in front of them was not a young man, but a venerable emperor lying drunk on the battlefield, looking at the mortal world. Venerable emperors aloof and proud, drinking wine while looking at the common people. At this moment, the two of them felt that they were juniors, and this young man was the true hegemon of the mortal world. If you want to make up for it, then kill the Sky Lord. Lin Ling didn't know what they were thinking, but he coldly spat out these words. Silence. The entire heavenly earth was silent. Lin Ling actually wanted to kill the Sky Lord? The Sky Lord was one of the hegemons of Yanggu Immortal Plateau. He was a person of virtue and prestige. Could it be that he wanted to kill such a hegemon for a mere Lin Ling? Shameless boasting. Lin Ling, you have to know your own status. It is your honor that the mortal world values you. Don't make excessive demands. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother angrily shouted. Lin Ling was too much. However, Lin Ling didn't even spare her a glance. Instead, he looked at the two ancient hegemons, waiting for their answer. Currently, he wasn't a match for the Sky Lord. So, if he wanted to kill the Sky Lord, he could only ask the hegemons of the mortal world to do it. Lin Ling didn't want to wait because his family and friends were almost killed by the Sky Lord. He couldn't swallow this anger. Two lords, although Lin Ling has made contributions, I have also made contributions to the mortal world. If you kill me like this, how will the masses be convinced? The Sky Lord also spoke. He wanted nothing more than to kill Lin Ling immediately, but with the two hegemons present, he didn't dare to do so. He hated Lin Ling even more. He never thought that this ant would be able to deal him such a fatal blow. Hearing this, the eyes of the two ancient hegemons flickered. Lin Ling's request was somewhat troublesome. After all, the Sky Lord wasn't an ordinary person. Whether we kill him or not, we will ask the world. Chapter 1922. Powerful enemies attack. Hearing this, the eyes of the two ancient giants lit up as they looked at the entire earthly paradise. At the same time, the expression of the Sky Lord changed drastically. However, he soon sneered. If Lin Ling forced the two ancient giants to kill him, he wouldn't be able to resist. However, Lin Ling actually wanted to challenge the entire world. This was a huge help to him, the Sky Lord. After all, the Sky Lord had been famous for a long time, and was a legend in the mortal world. He had tens of millions of disciples. At this moment, everyone would definitely support him. Ask the world, the Sky Lord will not die. Yes. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother and the Sky Lord had been good friends for many years. Naturally, she didn't want the Sky Lord to die in front of her. Kill. Kill. However, at this moment a large number of CND in the Purple Alliance spoke out. The Dark Angel was the flag of the Purple Alliance, and the Dark Angel had saved their lives. So, everyone supported Lin Ling. Kill. Kill. The 7 Emperors also spoke out. Kill. Kill. The CND who had been wronged were the loudest. Kill. They had to kill him. Because if the Sky Lord didn't die, he would definitely cheat again. And they would be stabbed in the back by the Sky Lord in the next moment. What was the use of keeping such a despicable person alive? Kill. Kill. His majestic voice shook the heavens, causing the Sky Lord's face to immediately turn pale. The ancient Ji clan, the Xianyuan clan, and the 4 great imperial human immortal clans of the Great Saint Realm were all aghast. They hadn't expected the Sky Lord of the human world to draw the ire of so many people. Sky Lord, you said that everything is for the sake of the world. But at this moment, don't you think it's ironic? Because now the world wants to kill you. Please remember, your life is precious, but so are our lives. Lin Ling laughed and said coldly. Justice was in everyone's heart. No matter what the Sky Lord's background was, he had gone too far. So as long as someone took the lead, everyone would not let him go. This was the law of the Emperor and the common people. Hearing the commotion around them, the 2 ancient giants sighed softly. Finally, they showed decisiveness and waved their hands. Kill. Kill. Plop. Hearing this, the Sky Lord sat down with a blank look on his face. Wait, he's a junior. Even if he is talented, he can't be compared to the Sky Lord. How can we kill the Sky Lord for him? The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother unwillingly shouted. She couldn't let the Sky Lord die in front of her. More importantly, the person who killed the Sky Lord was the insignificant Lin Ling, so she was even more unwilling. Was Immortals Heavenly Earth? Heavenly Earth's Immortals subduing? Jade Lake Heavenly Mother. This is the greater good of the world. It is not something you and I can decide. If we abuse our power for personal gain, who will be willing to fight for the human world in the future? How will the human race be united? Martial God Tian Yu looked at the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother and said. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother's expression froze. She was speechless, but her eyes were filled with hatred as she glared at Lin Ling. Lin Ling was the fuse, saying what no one dared to say. If Lin Ling was an ordinary person, he definitely wouldn't have such weight. However, the talent he displayed clearly moved the ancient giants. I will use the reputation of the entire mortal world to announce to the world that I will kill the Sky Lord to appease the people. Anyone who dares to stop me will be going against the entire human race. Then Martial God Tian Yu looked at the crowd and said righteously. No one dared to refute his words. Instead, many people were excited. Now that the mask of the Sky Master had been torn off, no one respected him anymore. Without a doubt, the Sky Lord was no longer a giant of the mortal world. Instead, he was in existence akin to a prisoner of the mortal world. This made him feel like he was in a dream. He didn't expect that after framing so many CND, he would become the sinner of the mortal world. All the prestige he gained over the years would disappear at this moment. And the reason for all of this was Lin Ling. Am I going to die? At this moment, the Sky Lord seemed to have aged a lot. He helplessly looked at the sky. Everything was for the sake of the common people. This sentence was even more ironic. Hee, how lively, but it just so happens that all the human experts are gathered here. Kill. Kill. However, at this time a sudden change occurred. Devil clouds rolled in the distant sky as a large number of devil experts arrived. The devil race killed their way into the heavenly earth. Clearly Lin Ling's shocking 3 revolutions had attracted the attention of the entire mortal world, including the devil race. Martial God Tianyu, guardian of the mortal world, long time no see. How have you been? Among the mighty devil race 2 men strode out. One of them wore 5-colored armor while the other wore black armor. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and he looked majestic. Seeing this, all the experts of the heavenly earth were shocked. Even Lin Ling's eyes revealed surprise. Could it be that the demon domain's boundary had been completely opened, causing so many devils to arrive? Western Great Devil King, Southern Great Devil King. To everyone's surprise, the 2 ancient giants coldly spat out a sentence. However, one could hear the surprise in their voices. One had to know that there were 5 great devil kings in the demon domain. Each of them was an indomitable existence with strength comparable to ancient giants. Now 2 great devil kings had arrived. 490 million Western Great Devil Kings. Devil Kingdom's Crystal Master, indeed, long time no see. Martial God Tianyu said indifferently. Clearly, in the ancient era, he had already met these great devil kings. 490 million Western Great Devil Kings, don't tell me you're here to reminisce? The guardian of the mortal world said. Haha, this mortal world is really beautiful. The birds are singing, the flowers are fragrant, and the sky is blue. It's not like our demon domain, which is always dark and gloomy. Even food is scarce here. Now that I've come to this mortal world, I don't want to go back. The man in 5-colored armor smiled. To everyone's surprise, apart from the horns on his forehead, he was no different from a human. Reminiscing about the past can wait. I've just arrived in the mortal world, so I want to warm up. Martial God Tianyu, let me see your strength. The other person, Devil Kingdom's Crystal Master, smiled. His voice was calm but dignified. Haha, my mortal world is indeed beautiful. However, if you're here as guests, then the mortal world welcomes you. If you don't have good intentions, then we'll accompany you. Martial God Tianyu took a step forward and said coldly. He knew that the other party wasn't here to reminisce. Little ones, let these humans experience what it means to be a devil. The man in the 5-colored armor strode forward as well, and a terrifying power of law erupted from his body, forming a demonic world. He was the 490 million Western Great Devil King. He possessed a total of 490 million laws. Rumble. As soon as he took action, everyone had a hard time dealing with each other. What a terrifying power of laws. Was this the power of a top devil king of the devil race? Devil Kingdom's Crystal. Chapter 1923. Geniuses of the Killing World. Pop. Pop. A heaven collapsing and earth-rending aura filled the air. The demonic energy of heaven and earth became even more vast, causing the 3 profound of the mortal realm to collapse. Almost at the same time, the guardian of the human realm also erupted with power. He stretched out his right hand, and a blade of grass floated up from the ground and landed in his hand. The grass transformed into the firmament sword. A speck of dust can fill the sea. A blade of grass can cut the sun, moon, and stars and turn the world upside down. Pop, 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 pop. Everyone in heavenly earth sucked in a breath of cold air. Too strong, really too strong. Is this the legendary martial god realm? Compared with the crowd, Lin Ling's blood was boiling. He found that he still had a long way to go. As for the Devil Kingdom's Crystal Master, the devils he controlled were all existences comparable to laws. They were also extremely terrifying. Will I be so strong in the future? Lin Ling clenched his fists. He had no doubt about his future. He even looked forward to it. It wouldn't be long before he could step into the strongest battle in the 3 realms. Kill. Immortal Emperor 10 heroes. It is rumored that every single one of them is a child of heaven's will. Let me give you a try. A devil race great senior roared, turning into a several 100-meter tall giant with 3 heads and 6 arms. In the crowd, 10 dazzling silhouettes soared into the sky. They were like dazzling stars facing the supreme devil. These 10 immortal emperors weren't afraid at all. Pop! Pop! Many people stared at the 10 figures, their blood boiling because the human race was not at the mercy of others. They also had powerful cultivators overseeing them. Fire Spirit Princess Little Flame. Lin Ling didn't join the battle in the sky. He first went to find his friends. After seeing that they were safe and sound, he immediately relaxed. Then he looked around again. He actually discovered that the Sky Lord was escaping, and the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother was helping him escape. Pop! 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 Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. If one did not remove the root of the problem, there would be endless trouble in the future. Now that the Sky Lord had escaped, Lin Ling would definitely be in danger in the future. However, at this moment, Lin Ling was unable to stop the Sky Lord and could only watch him leave. Pop! 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 I'm the one who let him go. What can you do to me? Lin Ling even heard those arrogant words, but he didn't bother to refute them. The moment the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother released the Sky Lord, several demon race experts began to fight with her. No! Save me! At this time, someone from the human side let out a panicked cry. Under countless gazes, a young man was surrounded by several demon powerhouses and was blasted to death. Pop! Seeing this, the mortal world's giants all shouted angrily, and their eyes turned red. The guardian spirit was one of the 8 desolate children, but at this moment it had also fallen. This made many people's hearts tremble fiercely. Even someone as strong as the desolate children had fallen. This devil race was too terrifying. Be careful. Pop! 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 Someone from the side of the 7 emperors shouted. Then, everyone looked over carefully. Only then did they realize that most of the devil race's experts were attacking humans above the 5th level of the Martial Saint realm. Especially the younger generation, they encountered more devil race experts. Clearly, the demon race wanted to eradicate the younger generation and leave the human race short of manpower. Pop! 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 Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. Fortunately, he was at the 5th level of the Martial Saint realm. Otherwise, he would have to face a large number of experts now. Because the devils didn't know that he was also one of the geniuses of the human world. Follow me. Pop! There are too many devils. If this goes on, we'll be wiped out. Pop! Yes, boss. What should we do? Pop! There's no need to be anxious because in this battle, the number of devil race experts that fall will definitely be even more. This is like killing 1,000 enemies but suffering 800 casualties. Their goal is the human world's geniuses, and once the time passes, they will definitely retreat. As he spoke, Lin Ling swung his sword and beheaded 2 devils. Obviously, those devils didn't take Lin Ling seriously and thought that he was just an ordinary expert. Lin Ling, let me help you. Pop! At this moment, a majestic voice came from afar. A terrifying murderous aura turned into a giant hand that swept over a few demons. After tearing them apart, it got closer and closer to Lin Ling. Pop! Pop! Lin Ling didn't think so. Firstly, the devil race didn't know that Lin Ling was a genius of the human realm. Therefore, the devil race that came to kill him wasn't very strong. Lin Ling didn't need help. Secondly, although Prince Xiaoyao was polite to him on the surface, he had always wanted to kill him. Pop! 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 Lin Ling pondered for a moment, and a cold smile appeared on his handsome face. He stared into the distance, and then exploded with a deafening sound with the power of laws. His voice reverberated throughout the area. Prince Xiaoyao was stunned for a moment before he sneered. Lin Ling was such a fool. He didn't know that Prince Xiaoyao was here to kill him. Instead, he was begging for Prince Xiaoyao's help. Pop! 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 But in the next moment, the demonic chi in the surroundings surged as 5 demon race great monarchs stepped on demonic clouds and swept over. Pop! Pop! Those 5 individuals all revealed killing intent. This time they came to kill the geniuses of the world, and the child of Huang was even more important. Prince Xiaoyao's expression changed drastically when he saw this. He suddenly looked at Lin Ling and realized that Lin Ling had shouted it on purpose to attract the devil race to kill him. Lin Ling, how cunning. You're tuning in to the Li Mei Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.